picture of the United States of America. America is the greatest nation on this earth, the most powerful nation on the earth. But 400 years ago, white people captured our fathers and brought us to these shores. And while America is at the height of her power, we are at the depth of a depraved condition, the like of which has never been seen among us as a people.
It was a collective wisdom over a period which it is kind of hard for us to grasp. It was a collective wisdom of not a few hundred years, not even a few thousand years, but as I begin to see it now, with the collective, analytical, whatever way you want to say it, thought of several millions of years of collected wisdom. And so it is like walking into a library of 1,000 miles high and 1,000 miles long and saying, is there anything to Kim? And to see it jam-packed with books. And to know that though the physical structure has changed somewhat, that all of that lives in its completeness in the air around us and very importantly in our blood. And that we have not lost it. And that we can indeed listen again. And to make what is inner a more outer thing and inner thing and make it. Now this slide is a very hard to see slide, and I put it up here to raise a question. This is a slide of a map of Antarctica, a continent found at the head of our own continent. It is a map that shows Antarctica, and it shows the outline of Antarctica before it was covered over in ice. So I raised to you a question that raised up in me. How did someone know the outline of Antarctica before it was covered over in ice, and knowing that this map came before the time of the European? If we raise that question, then we raise a question of how long is our science? To be able to have mapped not only Antarctica before it was encased in ice meant that you had already mapped the world. And to have the kind of mathematics to do such, and geology and psychology and writing and discussion in libraries and universities and excellent mothers and excellent fathers and excellent female and male teachers means it was a very, very high-tech culture. It not only mapped the planet, but mapped the universe. And very importantly, mapped the inner world universe and saw that they were all one.
He found you in the jungle with bones in your nose, climbing up on trees with the monkeys. You Negroes ought to be glad I brought your black sorry self to America to civilize you. Yet you built the mansions in the South. You cooked his food. Your mother wearing these burlap kind of clothes, but yet could take the silks and fashion a garment for Miss Anne to wear. You build a mansion, you build a White House, you build a Congress, you build everything this white man got, but yet he found you in the jungle. He's a liar. You were some of the most highly civilized people on this earth. You better hurry on up and believe it. Let's go to the book of Daniel. You go home and get your Bible and get into the book of Daniel. It's a book like Revelations, difficult for the weak, those who lack understanding. But it ain't difficult for the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. First chapter, 5th verse. And the king, Nebuchadnezzar, spake unto Ashpenaz, the master of his eunuchs, that he should bring certain of the children of Israel and of the king's seed
and of the princes, children in whom was no blemish, but well favored and skillful in all wisdom and cunning in knowledge and understanding science, and such as had ability in them to stand in the king's palace, and whom they, the Babylonians, might teach the learning and the tongue of the Chaldeans. And the king appointed them a daily provision of the king's meat and of the wine which he drank, so nourishing them 3 years, that at the end thereof they might stand before the king. And now among these were of the children of Judah Daniel, Hananiah, Mishael, and Azariah, unto whom the princes of the eunuchs gave them names. For he gave Daniel the name of Belshazzar, and to Hananiah he called him Shadrach, and to Mishael he called him Meshach, and to Azariah he called him a bad Negro. I mean a Abednego. Abednego. But Daniel purposed in his heart that he would not defile himself with the portion of the king's meat. What was the king's meat that would defile Daniel? See, it's that slimy pig that the king was eating. And he wanted to feed the children of God on a meat that would sound their mental power and destroy their beauty appearance. Come on, Daniel. So you know, he put them boys in the fiery furnace. What's the point? What's the Bible talking about? You think it's talking about some children of Israel back there? Some princes back there? No. It's talking about a royal people. A kingly people. You can't build mansions without mathematics and science. You knew mathematics. You knew science. That's how you could help the white man build his world. He haven't built nothing in America without you. And if you look at the inventions that you came up with that have advanced America, you are the people. The book is talking about you. He defiled you with wine and strong drink and with hog maw, chitlins, fatback, pig foot, hog brains. That's the king's meat. That's the white man's meat. But when you were back home, you didn't eat this kind of mess. He's a murderer. He's a liar. He's that from the beginning. What made him a murderer? How did he become a liar and a murderer in his nature? I'm almost there.
how could so few white people rule so many black people? This is the thing you should want to know. How could so few? The white man today will tell you that thousands of years ago, the black man in Africa was living in palaces. The black man in Africa was wearing silk. The black man in Africa was cooking and seasoning his food. The black man in Africa had mastered the arts and the sciences. He knew the course of the stars in the universe before the man up in Europe knew that the earth wasn't flat. Is that right or wrong? Then if the black man in Africa had reached such a high state of civilization so long ago, at a time when the people of Europe were crawling on their all fours, what happened to make these people or enable these people to come out of the cave and come down into our civilization and take it over and hitch us to the plow? What happened? How did they do it? These are the things you should want to find out before you say hooray, hooray, hooray. Is that right or wrong?
We know that these were none others than our own parents, who looked just like that, who at times would increase in size to become giant size, or what we call 6 feet and over, 7, who knows, and other times because of very complex interrelationships with electromagnetic field change would become small in size. But it was these people who were called, some called Anu, or other names, that migrated around the world in excess of 1 million years ago. And it was these people who were the founders of what we call Kemet. And when we talk about Nile Valley civilization, and knowing that that Holy Land from which we all sprang was through the birthplace that came from these African mothers and fathers.
Well, these books, Holy Quran and Bible, this book you read now is in English. But this is translated out of the original tongues. What was the original tongue? And if this is translated out of the original tongue, and it is called the King James Version, then who was King James? What kind of human being was King James? And is he qualified to look at the words of God and give us his version Now you have been in enough trouble that people can look at the same thing and see it differently. It's a version. We have the Douay version, which is the Catholic Bible. We have the King James version. We have the Scofield Bible. We have many different Bibles, and each of them are translating out of the original tongue. But you and I, unfortunately, can't speak the original tongue. So we have to rely on these translators. The original tongue that the Bible or Torah and Gospel was revealed in is Hebrew. Not Greek, Hebrew. We don't have the original script in Hebrew, so we're relying on King James and his version of what was said originally. Okay. Now we have Quran, which was revealed to Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, in Arabic. This is an Arabic Quran. This is a Hebrew Torah and Gospel, or Injil. I don't speak Arabic. I don't speak Hebrew. So I have to rely on a faithful translation. And I must understand that no translation, no matter how faithful, can adequately convey the beauty of the language of Hebrew and the language of Arabic. Now, some of these writers fix the book in such a way that the common man would never be able to read it and properly understand the message that God was trying to convey to us through the mouth of his prophet. Something very interesting about both of these books. We're going to work with this today. The Bible starts with the first 5 books of a man called Moses. And Moses starts talking, although he's a liberator, he starts talking about in the beginning. God created the heavens and the earth was without form and void, and darkness was upon the face of the deep. And God said, "Let there be light." Now, who was Moses talking to? Here's a man that came to free some slaves. And the first book of the Bible is called Genesis. Genesis. And in the word Genesis, you have the word gene. Not Eugene, but gene. G-E-N-E, which has to do with the base or the beginning or the birth of something. The Bible says, in the beginning. It don't tell you when that beginning was, but it's letting you know there was a beginning. In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. The earth was without form and void. Darkness was upon the face of the deep. So darkness preceded light. Now let's take a look into this darkness here. The Honorable Elijah Muhammad said that the darkness that we see now is not real. When the night comes, you're in the dark. But it's not real darkness. How do you know? Because the minute the light comes, the darkness goes. Where did it go? It vanished. Why? Because it wasn't real in the beginning. The thing that is real is what produced the darkness. But if you go out and stand and let the sun strike you, when the sun strikes you, if you are facing east, if you face the east, the sun striking your body will send a shadow toward the west. So when you look at the shadow, you see this dark thing following you. But that which is following you is not real. What is real is you. What is real is the sun. And as the sun strikes you and you block that sun, you produce what is called darkness or shadow. So the earth, when one side is in the light of the sun, the other side is in the shadow of the earth. And when you're in the shadow of the earth, you call that night. But the darkness is not real. It's produced by the motion of the earth in relationship to the sun. But what kind of darkness was that when there was no sun, there was no moon, there was no star? That's the darkness that is beyond the diameter of sunlight. At the wall of the universe, where light does not go beyond it, there is darkness. But that darkness is not a shadow. That darkness is real. So when they talk about a black hole, they're not talking about some unreal shadow. They're talking about real darkness. Real darkness contains a power. There's a power out there that is always bringing new objects into view. Stars are dying, stars are being born, and that power that is out there is bringing new objects out of darkness that is real into light. The darkness of the womb, that's not a shadow, baby. That's real darkness. The Holy Quran calls it triple darkness. It's layers of darkness, but in that darkness is the power to create life. In that darkness, there's the germ of light. The power of darkness is that it can create you after itself. So it is with the real darkness that was in existence before there was light. The Honorable Elijah Muhammad said to us that an atom sparkled in the darkness, and God began to create himself. He said, out of the material of the darkness. So what he's telling us is that matter was there, but the matter was doing nothing. It had no form. It had no aim. It had no purpose until an atom sparkled in the darkness.
Look at you. He said you are created in his image and after his likeness. How did you start from a tiny life germ that with the naked eye, the one that impregnated the egg, you can't see it with your eye. That's how infinitesimally small that sperm was. That's how infinitesimally small the egg was. But that sperm with a little tail and a head had some intelligence in it, because it knew where it wanted to go and it knew what it wanted to do. In the dark, that sperm found the egg, and the first cell of life began in darkness. But the cell had a light of itself, electricity inside the cell, a neutron, a proton, and an electron. The cell of life was like an atom. Listen. The light of itself caused it to start rotating around the light of itself, and it began breaking down and building up. We don't know how long it took for brains to form in the darkness, but the first thing that forms when a baby is conceived in the womb is not the tail. The first thing that forms is what? And it is the head that calls the arms into existence, the feet into existence, the organs into existence come from the head. Well, when you didn't even have thought, before you could think, there was an intelligence working in you that is the light of God, the power of God, even before the growth of intelligence. In the darkness, we were being fashioned out of a tiny life germ, sperm mixed with ovum. And we were called into existence by what was in that tiny sperm, the head of it. And at the end of 9 months, we came forth knowing nothing, but with a capacity to learn everything. So when the Holy Quran in Surah 112 says, he neither begets nor is he begotten. The first God was the originator of himself. He was not begotten. And the one that comes in the end does not beget. He don't need a son from his loins. He produces a nation from the wisdom of his mouth. Who is the original man? Are you black?
Because you got cursed? Or are you black because you took your color out of the darkness, out of which the first life came? Since we agree that environment influences heredity, if the real darkness before there was sunlight had matter in it that was real, how then could the God make himself up in darkness and come out white? Talk to me. If he made himself up out of darkness and the darkness covered him, then the God who originated the heavens and the earth is a black God. Now, you don't like that because you've been taught to worship white folk. But now we're going to get a lesson today that I want you to think about. And all of you that have knowledge, all of you that been to college, all of you that have studied, let's study together today. Who is the original man? What is the meaning of original? Let me see what my little definition here says. I gotta call Mr. Webster. Webby, what do you say original means, Mr. Webster? Belonging or pertaining to, the origin or beginning of something, arising or proceeding independently of anything else. Since God is self-created, he arises independent of anything else, and that's why Al-Fatiha says, Allah is he of whom nothing is independent, but upon whom we all depend. So the first God that originated himself causes us to be dependent on him. That's why he's called Jehovah. He's the self-existent God. And he's the God by whom all things exist or subsist. So without the original man, we would not be here. So there was some begetting done after he created himself. The Honorable Elijah Muhammad said the first thing he did was study himself. And in himself, he saw another being, another creature. In himself, he saw somebody else. And he brought her into existence from himself. The first act of creation of God is not the sun, not the moon, not the stars. His first act of creation was her. Woman, the second self of God. You're a powerful creature.
Because it talks about the subconscious mind is a powerhouse. It creates around all of us that it believes to be true, according to instructions that you give it. So if you give the subconscious mind what you want for healing or anything, it's going to work. Everything around you and you here and now has been created for you by your subconscious mind and has been attracted to you like a magnet. It is impossible to stop this creation process. Even when you leave the earth, life, it will carry on creating for you and serving you for its purpose to attract to you all that you need. It does not reason. It just accepts the instructions that are believed to be in your best interest. Before it will change its creative pattern, it has to be connected with new instructions that are valid. This is where all conscious mind comes into picture. So your subconscious mind creates everything that you need. The only thing about it here is you have been given wrong information based on society, your preacher, your teacher, your parents. You see what I'm saying? And as a result, your subconscious mind has to realize when you want some greater things to happen, you got to validate it and make it valid so your subconscious mind can understand that. One best way to do is to somehow go on the internet and get this book called The Magician, the Magician by Philip Cooper. So yes, you can do all that with your subconscious mind. And what I want to do is give you some text. You need to get the Enuma Elish. That's the Babylonian creation, epic creation. It was a pre-dynastic Egyptian creation, but the successors to the Typhonian or pre-dynastic people destroyed these particular texts because it was dealing with because the goddess that it was dealing with, they was rebelling against this feminine principle. So it survived in Babylon, or Babylon, Samaria, what have you. And it's called the Enuma Elish, the creation epic, the creation epic. Oh, yeah. In there, it talks about when they overthrew this great mother, Tiamat. When they overthrew this great mother, Tiamat, they and her husband Kingu, they made her into the ocean, and they took Kingu's blood and made humans out of it. You see, and so here is the same concept here of this dark matter being fused into humanity, which is the melanin. Now another one here is the Phoenician epic, which is later on the Greek epic. So when you see Greek, that's not but the Phoenicians. So the Phoenician epic talks about the Titans, which were these great cosmic beings that was overthrown by Zeus, and that's also Ra in Kemet, and overthrown by Zeus, and they was burned up into this cosmic ash, and they took this ash, and they made humans out of the Titans, the burn up Titans. That ash and stuff is the origin of melanin. So I just explained that particular aspect in the mythological aspect, which is high science. Now, in a physiological, biological aspect, basically what it is you just got the infusion of the first humans hitting this planet came here, and they were infused into them was this cosmic substance. And let me give you an example on the human level on how that particular thing happened. And it simply is this. We used to live in what is called a pre-physical world. The pre-physical world, that meant that the physical world looked like a shadow, and the spiritual world was visible. And as the vibratory rate slowed down with the vibrations, we became more and more condensed into the physical world. And the spiritual world became looking like a shadow, just like the physical world used to look like a shadow. So we became condensed into the physical world, and we became encased into the physical world. So but those particular deities, because all we are nothing but gods in the physical, those particular deities had what is called a Ka and the Ba, but the Ba is the shadow, cosmic substance, the black, the shadow. So anytime you hear the word shadow, that's melanin. And that Ba and that Ka was fused into the human body. So the Ba became your soul, and the melanin became, and the Ka became the melanin that's cast off from the soul. You say, well, how does that? The soul is a particle of light. It's nothing but a star. Every man, every woman is a star. If you take a match and strike it and put it up against a black wall, a white wall, what will you get on that white wall? Soot, smut, soot, carbon, melanin. So the soul is actually, that is now encased in a physical body, it actually produces the melanin, which is called the shadow, which is the cosmic intelligence. Some powerful shit. I tell you.
And closer up so you can see with yourself. Here is the Kim, a Kim serpent putting rays of light into the anatomical site where the pineal and pituitary glands are. And then stars putting rays of light into the top of it. Now the other parts of that shrine will show the moon putting rays of light into the neck and the lower and other parts of the body. And we have the whole question of the lunar phase and the solar phase as they relate to gates of consciousness in terms of us. Our people knew that. And it ain't hardly known today. The idea of the phallus, put in an old part of the temple where the phallus says that something inside of that phallus conveys the ancestral world. That in the life seed of Africans, as we pass that sperm on to that egg, we're passing on millions of years of African family. And we just don't even know where all of us came from in terms of, are you a flashback from 4,000 years ago, 3,000, and you got some kind of aspect to do right now? Just, we don't even know. And then we're told that we are slaves, or recently released slaves. And here we are, the rulers of the world, the rulers of ourselves, waking up. And yes, for that reason, and for many others, biological warfare is rampant today in the form of AIDS, as Dr. Wellesley said yesterday. This concept, again, is turned backwards. A point just raised, this is from C.G. Jung and the so-called Western psychiatrists and psychologists who come up with an awareness that, yes, there are parts of us that have access to the collective unconscious and the archaic unconscious. In other words, they know that they're inside of the so-called mind, that there are ancestral memories that go all the way back. And I would add, even beyond the physical human condensation. So then we get into a whole question of beyond the atom. But that's what we can conceive. Yes, we are divine. Again, the different levels, family, nations, and all this, all that inside of us. But what happens to the European when he runs up to his black mama? There ain't no other mama. No other mothers. As recently as 20,000 years ago, or 25, no other mothers on the planet. And we're talking about millions of years of human experience. When they run to that, they see King Kong, Darth Vader. Here are the images. They don't see what you and I see. Sweet Mother Dear, Big Mama. They don't see that. They become afraid. They get afraid of being, quotes, drowning in a sea of somebody else has a different kind of hookup. And without those chemical keys, it can be demonic.
We find out that this melanin is at the key to all things central to meditation, all things central to esoteric knowledge of the inner workings of the body, the mind, and the soul. Let me give you two versions of melanin. Okay. We'll start with the cosmic aspect of melanin, which is known as dark matter. And they've been researching this stuff for the last 15 years. Dark matter. There's a book called Through a Universe Darkly. All you need to know is the name of the person. And so that is this cosmic substance. This cosmic substance. And it's more than just a substance. It's everything from the essence of an intelligence, the fabric of space itself. It is known in the Bible when they say in the beginning there was darkness. But there's thousands of references to this darkness in Egypt. In Kemetic studies, even the god Osiris is called Lord of the Perfect Black. It's also called Techem, heavy star material. So it's multiple names. I did about 10, 15 years ago, about 14 years ago, tried to jot down just about how many things could be named melanin, and I was up to almost 300 different things, because if we're talking about something that is the basis, it's actually one of the bases you hear all the time, carbon. We are carbon-based beings. Well, that's what melanin is, carbon. Forms of earth melanin is oil, crude oil. You see what I'm saying? It is the same thing that you hear of in the Bible of the anointed one. Well, what it means, the anointed one, it means anointed by olive oil, but olives are both black and green.
That's right.
Well, Osiris is known as God of the perfect black, but he's also known as the green god. You see what I'm saying? Among Pan and other different, El Kedar is the green one in Islam. But they always talk about the green and the black. So these are ancient mythological mysteries, just alluding to this mysterious substance that is not only permeates everything, but it will be the outcome of everything also, including when we go into the earth mysteries of global warming and all that type of stuff. So there's a connection. There's a connection with that. But what it basically is, so that's the cosmic aspect of this mysterious substance. In the inner aspect, as far as the biological aspect, which is inside of our bodies, it is a substance that is secreted by the pineal gland. Osiris is called a corn deity. The pineal gland is in the central part of the brain, in the middle of the brain, and it is big as a grain of corn. It's as big as a grain of corn. But melanin is also permeates throughout our central nervous system. Melanin is not only within our central nervous system, melanin is also called junk DNA. So you have DNA, which is the two double helix strands that you see. Then there's the DNA that science either can't understand or don't want the public to understand, and they call that junk DNA. Well, that junk DNA is nothing but melanin. You see what I'm saying? Nothing but melanin.
Okay.
You see?
Okay.
And so this particular, and now the thing about it here is another reason probably why is because we have, as black people, have a greater output of the melanin, but nevertheless, everything down here has to have melanin to even survive, including white folks. You see what I'm saying?
Everybody needs to survive. Okay.
Right. So you can't go by, and one thing about the melanin, the one that's the most important is the one that is in the central nervous system. This cosmic black substance, sand-like substance, is in the central nervous system. And in that particular case, you can't just measure it based on skin color, based on the melanocytes. The melanin that's in the skin is just basically the melanin that protects black people from the sun that lives on the equator or equatorial Africa or on the continent of Africa and other hot climates. That's the melanocytes, and that is the skin aspect. What we're talking about here is one that is the one that's in the central nervous system, which is our essence, which means you can have a great deal of melanin and be very light-skinned. The first indication of melanin comes from the first humans. So obviously these first humans being in tropical climates would have a darker pigment. And as a result, that melanin aligns the melanocytes, what they call melanocytes, which makes the skin black to protect it from the sun.
Gotcha.
You see what I'm saying? And the hair also black. You see. Now, but nevertheless, we still have, even if we just talk about the African family, we still have different hues of Africans. But even if we talk about people from around the world, and even if we talk about black people in our newer form, where we have different hues ranging from dark skin all the way to light skin. That melanin, there's another melanin, which is the melanin, is the inner melanin, which permeates the central nervous system. I have names for it. Richard King and Dr. Carol Barnes and them talk about a certain melanin. But anyway, you can be heavily melanated and light skinned. You see what I'm saying? On that particular aspect, because we're talking about now here we're talking about a form of DNA, the inner stuff, you see. Especially when they talk about junk DNA, the melanin that can't be understood, or they don't want to understand it, or they don't want science to understand it. You see what I'm saying? Or the scientific community, which is a really tragic community, is the scientific community. Because the scientific community is always a community that is a byproduct of something that is secret, that the global elite will go in their lodges, in their secret societies, and learn the greater part of that. The tragic part is when it gets to the scientific community, they're always limited to the physiological aspect of things.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? And as a result, that's tragic, because there's greater levels of this that we don't never learn, because the simple fact here, there's a consensus and a conspiracy, yes, to hide the greater knowledge from the
How could he not be what we are, yet make us in his image and after his likeness? So if we are made in the image and the likeness of God, God is like us and we are like him. He is our originator. So when he created something from himself, he created her with a nature to console him. You can't get away from what you When we open the Bible, in this book called Genesis, God is doing all these acts of creation. Then when it gets to the 26th verse of the first chapter, when he's thinking about making man, he said, let us make man. But Moses declared, know that the Lord your God is one God. Well, if the Lord your God is one, and God said, let us make man, who is the us here? Well, the Holy Quran says, and we made man. And we know what his mind suggests to him. So you have us in the Bible, we in the Holy Quran, yet both the Bible and the Quran declare that God is one. Who is us? Who is we? If God is one. Now, the beauty of these languages, of the Semitic languages of Hebrew and Arabic, these are mathematically precise languages. So if God is the revealer of the word, and he knows this book better than anyone else, it would seem to me that if he said we, which is a pronoun that talks about groups kind of person making a man. So, let us look at this we and this us. And since Christ is supreme, except to God, if we are the body of Christ, we are the supreme beings. If we are in complete surrender to Allah, we become Allah, we become the supreme beings. The highest manifestation of human behavior. Supreme. God. We. Us. Yet Allah is one. Indivisible. Independent. These two books only deal with 6,000 years of history, but with references to eons of time. But the focus of these two books is Adam, the first Adam, the second Adam, a world of evil coming in and a world of evil being destroyed, and a new world coming in the Bible second chapter that Adam is introduced. So both books in the beginning start with Adam. And both books tell us that Adam was a powerful being. But he messed up. Are you all right? Now, I want to get into that today. The Honorable Elijah Muhammad taught us that since these two books deal with a limited time, 6,000 years, from the time of Adam to the time of the coming of God and the end of the present world, we have 6,000 years entering into the 7,000 year, and the end of the 6,000 years is over with a great destruction of the present world. Now, we mentioned that in the Revelations, the book of Revelations, you have the talk of 24 elders. And these elders are very powerful beings. The Holy Quran does not use the term elders. The Holy Quran uses the term the exalted assembly. Now, this original man of any dispensation is referred to under the name Adam. Some of the scholars of Islam say there may be about 50,000 Adams. I wonder where they got that from. But let's entertain the thought. If from our deportation from Moon, it is 66 trillion years. I'll get into this, but not today. If you divide the history that we make, called Bible or Quran, which we make to equal the circumference of our home, the earth is 24,896 miles in circumference, nearly 25,000 miles. So we write history, Bible or Quran, the revelation to the Honorable Elijah Muhammad says, to equal our home circumference, a year for every mile. So when we write history, we write it to last for 25,000 years. And the first man of that cycle is the God, or the original man of that cycle, or the Adam of that cycle. He can't borrow the wisdom of the previous cycle, but he builds on that wisdom with a new wisdom. Are you listening? Now, when it's time for a portion of that history to be given, he said there are 24 scientists. He called them scientists. These are gods. 23 of them actually do the writing. The 24th one acts as a judge. He said the 23 is in accord with the hours of our day. Not quite 24 hours, 23 hours, 56 minutes, 46 seconds. In accord with the way the planet leans, 23 degrees, 30 minutes to the plane of its orbit. So 23 of these scientists go out and make the history. How does the black man write history? We don't write it after we do it. The original man writes history before he does it, then walks into the history that he has written. How do you write history 25,000 years in advance? What kind of mind must you have to write history? As long as you can see one, you can multiply one and see what is not yet in existence, then bring it. Listen, 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 listen. These men can tune in on our thinking. Now, thought shapes matter. The point I'm making is, as a man thinketh in his heart, so is he. Your thoughts can reshape you. If you multiply 25 into 66 trillion, you will get the number of atoms that have been in the world since the deportation of Moon. Now, let's not go back that far yet. Let's deal with the time that we are in. Because this Bible and this Quran deals with a specific 6,000-year period. Why are you black, brother? Because you are a direct descendant of the originator of the heavens and the earth. You are the people of God. You have so much in you from the originator. All you need is a proper environment. And that environment will bring out of you what is in you from the originator. You are little gods, not worthy of worship. Only Allah is worthy of worship, but you are little gods. Now, to my Muslim family, I want to say this. You might think that this is really erroneous teaching, because you really don't see how God can operate in a man. And I point you again to the Quran and the making of Adam. He's called the vicegerent of God. And the term in Arabic is Khalifa. Khalifa. And that means one who stands in the place of another as a successor. So if man is able, or Adam was able to stand in the place of Allah as a successor, then God had put in Adam whatever Adam needed to stand in his place. All right. Well, something is wrong with this. Because the Adam that we are talking about, he didn't bring in a civilization of righteousness. Now let's go to the board again. You all bear with me because I don't think I can get over everything that I got here, but I'm going to deal with it. Now, everything in this universe is based on atoms. Atoms. You can break down everything that you see. It breaks down to atoms. Is that right? So the basic, we say, unit of everything in creation is the atom. And you can break the atom down even further, but the atom is the basic unit that everything in this universe is built on. Okay? So if we look at the word atom, all Semitic languages deal with the phonetics, the consonants, rather than the vowels. So you have A here and O. You can cancel that out. But the T and the M are important. Because in language, sometimes the D is interchangeable with the T. So if you have an A here, a D, and you put another vowel A there, and an M, you have Adam. When you break down the atom, it is the beginning of everything, and Adam is the genesis of a cycle of history that starts from whatever is in him. Since Adam is the original man of a cycle of history, then whatever comes up in that cycle is found in Adam. All right. Now, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad says, we're in the 16,000th year of our history, with 10,000 more to go in this cycle. The 24 scientists, 23 of them went out to listen to the thinking of the people, and they said 70% were satisfied with the civilization, 30% were dissatisfied. And whenever you have dissatisfaction, it brings about a change. Now, one thing I gotta say about Allah, He experiments with things. Why does He experiment and allows experimentation? because it is through experimentation that we grow in knowledge. The most profound of all knowledge is the knowledge of God and the knowledge of self. So the most profound experiments have been on the God himself, on the man, on the human being. When these men went out and heard the thinking of the people, you know that thought produces actions. Thought produces events. Thought produces circumstances. Circumstances produce people after that circumstance, and those circumstances produce events. Men rise to the event, creating another circumstance. So what you have in the Bible from Genesis to Revelation is a man coming, a family coming, circumstances arising, giving rise to events, giving rise to people who are shaped by the events of their time. So the scientists wrote the history. And look, this is what they saw. They saw that in the year 8,400 of the present 25,000 year history, in the year 8,400, they saw a man coming out of the 30% dissatisfied, who was born to produce a change. Now, what I want to say to all of us, Allah is the only reality. So all men of knowledge are agents of God's will, willingly or unwillingly. So if the Quran says that Allah gave to man his hue and his color, how? Did Allah say abracadabra, a shazam, boom, and people got color? If you were made out of blackness, black is not a color. Black is the origin of color. All color comes out of this. Wait. They saw a man being born. His name in Arabic was Yaqub. And the Honorable Elijah Muhammad said that Allah revealed to him that this man was going to bring in a new civilization. Yaqub had an exceptionally large head. Nothing strange. Some of us got very big heads too. That don't make you nothing great, you know, but that was a characteristic of Yaqub. He was born 20 miles outside of the city of Mecca. So when Habakkuk said God came from Teman and the Holy One from Mount Paran, both of them is in Arabia. But here's a man that's playing in the earth with two pieces of metal. He's 6 years old. And he starts playing with these two pieces of metal, and one of them was magnetic. And he saw that one that had a magnetic power draw the other piece of metal to itself. And he told his uncle, when I grow up, I'm going to make me a people that will rule you. So the Holy Quran says, and what will you make other than that which will create mischief and cause the shedding of blood? And Allah said, I know
what you know not. Here's a 6-year-old coming into the knowledge of his destiny. This is why we have trouble now with our young children. They're not bad children. The school wants to make you believe they're a disciplinary problem. So they want to dope the children up with Ritalin and all kind of drugs because they say the children are disciplinary problem. See, here's the problem. The problem is that the white people know that your time has come. The problem is that they know that God has been among you. Therefore, your womb, sister, has been blessed. And your babies are coming forth, moving when they first come out the womb, looking around like they, where am I? Talk to me about your babies. How alert they are. How wide awake they are. How fast they learn. The teachers can't keep up with these young boys and girls. Nothing that I learned in psychology prepare me to deal with these children. So you can be a teacher, but you out of date. I don't care what you think you know. You out of date. Sorry about that. I don't give a damn if you got a doctorate degree. You got a doctorate degree in that which will not make you function today. You need another degree from another doctor.
How many nations before, and how are they all one? And here, this comes from the tomb of Ramses VI, and it's a very important one because in the center, of course, in that face that you see in the solar bark, the one that just happened to be defaced, is the head of sun god Ra, as Africans, as Kemets, define them and visualize them. A close-up drawing removes all question. And we wonder why. How could that face have been defaced? It was not an accident of moisture. It was a selective attempt to deface and cover over our knowledge, knowing full well that in the immediate present that you would sit in rooms like this and would then read your own language, and then that game would be over. So we may have to make sense of what Dr. Francis Cress Welsing has said. For them to have launched a biological warfare in this past 2 decades can only mean that it's a last-ditch attempt because we are that close on recapture. That's all that it can mean. These are the Africans on the center and on the left. And the others were how we saw them, again, from the tomb of Ramses. This is how we visualized ourselves, rising from a menton, not in some demonic description of the phallic symbol, seeing it come and all the symbolism, as I, as a psychiatrist, one who swims in symbolism. But here we have the phallic symbol rising from the umbilical cord. And it is a divine black penis as he rises from a horizontal level to an erect level with an upstretched hand. And he is all black in color. This one, who we would know as Wosir, the perfect black, the guardian of Amenta, or the all black inner world, standing before the 4 sons of Haru. The raising of the Djibka, again the same statement being made again. The raising from a unconscious or a sleep state to a state of awareness. Just becoming aware of who you are and learning how to use who you are to be about your work. The fertilization, again, a divine relationship in which the sky goddess Nut is being fertilized by the earth god. And we see a phallic symbol again about to impregnate the umbilical cord, something that the sisters can tell us about. But again, so many levels of birth and so many levels of understanding about what is this thing inside of us. How could we, as a people, be able to understand such a thing? And what are we saying in the past about all that has been and all that will be? What is this about a fertilization of the sky? And how are planets born under this same symbolic theme? How are we born on this same symbolic theme? How are atoms born under the same symbolic theme?
What happened was the European community had preserved a lot of the ancient knowledge that came to them by the Moors, who were direct priests that came out of the Egyptian mystery system after the Arabs invaded Egypt, the last invasion of Egypt. So they carted this knowledge into Europe, stayed there for 700 years, taught them, and then the Europeans preserved it. But what they did do is, after preserving it, they made it their own in a particular aspect. These advanced sciences, these mysteries became the New Age movement, the metaphysical movement. Oh. You see, so, right, and so, and as a result, by researching and going into these particular stores and these particular areas, I realized that this was the lost, missing pieces of the mystery system, just renamed. Melanin is everything from a cosmic computer. It is spirit itself. It is what makes us dance, what makes us laugh, even what makes us love. Because even love has something to do with the chakra system, the heart chakra. Right. And the chakra system lines up the spinal system. So you have although you have a spinal cord, you have a cerebral body, which is this invisible body that has these different wheels of light that lines up the body up into the pineal gland, which is one of the wheels of light, which is the one that secretes the melanin. You see. So in so many words, if you have a heart chakra, which is one that's based on love, feeling, and different things, then there is some form of melanin, you see, that even permeates love. We can even say this dopamine that they talk about now, that people who, they say, fall in love, this dopamine comes, and it's supposed to last for about 2 good years. And that's when you're really under the drug. You know, that's when you just, nothing the person that you're in love with can do anything wrong, and even if they do anything wrong, you don't care. Because you know, so, but even all of that stuff has something to do with the connection of melanin, or what they call the endocrine system. And the endocrine system are these particular multiple glands in the head. So you got your pineal gland, pituitary gland, hypothalamus gland, and these particular ones. And those glands are known as the pearly gates, or the gates of Zion. So even the ancient material talks about those particular things, or those particular glands. So what this melanin is also a cosmic computer. Let's say, it's amazing how children can learn every song on the radio. You see what I'm saying? And how you're able to store stuff that normally you wouldn't think that you could store or recollect certain things. That is because of the melanin. You see, it's very connected with rhythm.
Now, I want you to listen, educators. I'm talking to the educators. I don't ever want to see you get proud of what the white man gives you called education. I don't give a damn if he says it's a PhD. It will not allow you to raise your people up where God wants them to go. The white man will never give you that kind of knowledge. That knowledge got to come from God to you. I know some children that have seen their destiny at 6 years old. I know some children that know at 6 what their life is going to be. Sometime you ought to just be quiet and listen to some of the things coming out of the mouth of your children. Listen, brothers. In order for us to take over the rulership, the children have to come from her womb greater than they've ever come before. White folk know this. So they want to destroy your male children before they can get up and start exercising what God has already put in them. That's why you got to be careful where you put your boys. And just as careful where you put your girls. A public school is a sham. That's a slaughterhouse. So I know if you've made it in this world, here's what you say. Children, we want you to stay in school. Stay in school for what? So you can get education. What kind of education? An education that allow your master to still be your master after he's given you the degree. He's still your master. You mean to tell me the education that you got has not freed you from the grip of your former slave master and his children? Think about it. White man ain't never gonna give you education that will free you from him. What you got is training you how to fit into a world that is not your world. It's his world. Yakub at 6 knew what he was going to do. The Honorable Elijah Muhammad said that at the age of 18, he had finished all the schools of his day. Let's look at 18. If you divide 18 by 3, you get 6. So in 18, you have 3 6s. And if you count the number of the beasts in the book of Revelations, it says, count the number of the beast, for the number of the beast is the number of a man. 600, 60, which is 60, and 6. So the mark and the number of the beast is 666. And the number of the man is the same. So Allah says of us, the original people, that Allah created the heavens and the earth in 6 periods of time. So that's our number. But the beast is made on our number. Why is he made on our number? He can't be made on nothing else. We the original 6. 6. 6 is a 1 that has begun to revolve. 6 is a 1 that has started to revolve. The original man started revolving in the darkness. 6 is God's number. 6 is man's number. 6 is the beast's number. So you got 18. He's 18 years of age. And he's gone through all the schools of his day. When do they start you in school, in kindergarten? At what age? 6. What you doing at 6? As he was playing with steel at 6, you in the kindergarten playing little games of how to fit a square into a square and a circle into a circle and a triangle. Come on now, Johnny. Says, hey, how you do this, Johnny? Yeah, Johnny. You could have done that at 1.5 years. The Honorable Elijah Muhammad said the process of learning begins as soon as you can train the baby to pot. You should take Islam or truth and put it in a baby bottle and start teaching the babies. What does he mean, put it in a baby bottle? Take the most profound truth and put it in simple terms. The babies can grasp it, brother. It's you that got to learn it, because if you don't learn the wisdom of the time, that's why you're losing your children. Because you cannot feed them. They don't want to feed from your mouth. And you talking all the stupidness of the white man in his world. Your children look at you, they can't wait to get the hell away from you so they can go out in the street and hang out with their best dog. And you wondering what's wrong with your children. Hell no, it's what's wrong with you. That's what's wrong with your children. You of an old world. Your children are born for a new world, but you don't know how to help bring in the new world, so your children are running away from you. You born under the white man. Some of you in love with him and his way of civilization. So you a silly mother, a silly father. You want to bring your children up in the way of the white man to make your children pleasing to white folk. Your children trying to get the hell away from that. That's why they're a hip-hop generation. That's why they're rapping today. You don't understand what they're doing. I don't either, brother, but it's all right. But what I'm saying is, do you know the kind of skill it takes for a young boy to get up and rap like these children are doing? And rhyme like they're rhyming and get that rhythm? Like, man, that is the high form of mathematics. Our children are gone, and we got to catch up to where they are. Put some wisdom there and let them rap the wisdom of God. The Bible says, let us make man in our image. You are the original. Who is the white man? He's the man made in our image and after our likeness. He's a new man on our planet. Where did he come from? You don't want to believe it, but he came from you. You his father. You his mother. And Moses told him, honor your mother and your father, that your days may be long. There wouldn't be no white person if there was no black person, because two white people can't produce you. Two white people can't produce yellow. So it had to be you to bring brown, yellow, and white on the planet. That's how color began. Now the white people are saying life began in Africa. Are they saying it? They're only bearing witness to what Elijah Muhammad taught us, that Master Farad revealed to him. Now, how did the white man come here? Let's get into the science of this. Give me my Bible. Get me the Bible, brother. Let us make man after our image and likeness. Okay, let's look at that. Now, after you make the man, he said in the 5th chapter of Genesis, it says, this is the book of the generations of Adam. In the day that God created man, in the likeness of God made he him. Male and female created he them, and blessed them, and called their name Adam. So Adam is not an individual here. Adam is the beginning of a race of people, male and female. Now look at this. Okay. You understand this now, right? Erase this, son, please. Now, here you have Adam, an Adamic race of people. It's a new people now with a new wisdom that's going to bring in a new way of civilization. Now, you have the Adamic race, and you have the pre-Adamites. That means that there were people on the earth before Adam. And the pre-Adamites is the us, out of which Adam came. And they're called aboriginal. You look this up. Go on. I mean, this is to get you to do some studying now. There were pre-Adamites, human beings on the earth before Adam. If Adam was only one person, Eve was one person, Cain was one person, Abel was one person. Cain slew Abel. Then Cain goes into the land of Nod. And he finds him a woman in the land of Nod. Well, where'd she come from? What family was she a part of? Aboriginal means from or away from the origin or the beginning. You are the aboriginal people of the earth. You could never be a citizen of the United States, according to the definition of what an American is. In Message to the Black Man, written by the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, when the Honorable Elijah Muhammad was teaching, they had a House Un-American Activities Commission that was studying us as being un-American. And the Honorable Elijah Muhammad defended us by showing them from their dictionary what an American is. And if you look at the seal, out of which came this e pluribus unum, it was all Europeans that started the 6 or the 13 colonies. So the old definition of a citizen or an American is from European extraction, not one of the aboriginal people of the earth. So he didn't bring you here to make you a citizen. That's why you don't have the rights of a citizen now. He brought you here to make you a slave. And now the biggest deceit of all is for him to make you think now that he gave you the right to vote and this and that, and you're a citizen now. Whenever he get ready to show you who you really are, you begin to understand. Get beat up by the police. Go to court and see what they tell you, how they make you know who you are. Go down to Cook County Jail and see our people all lined up in the prison house for things they didn't do and for infractions that they did do. But they have no justice. You all know what I'm talking about. So if you're an equal citizen, you should be treated equally to all the other citizens. You know better than that. And the biggest deceit of all is to deceive you and make you think you're an American. No, brother and sister, you'll never be an American. You'll never have the equal rights of the whites of America, not unless you become the power. All right, let's look at this now. This Adam started a dysfunctional family.
Have you ever heard the Catholics talk about original sin? Are there any Catholics in the house? Don't be bashful. Yes, sir. Thank you, brother. Many times when you listen to them, they say that man is originally sinful. He has a leaning towards sin. And the only way man can become perfect is by the intervention of God and the grace of God. But man is naturally inclined to sin. Yeah, but what man? See, you the original. You're not naturally inclined to sin. You are naturally inclined to God. And if you were in the right environment, you would be more godly than you are. But even in your spirit, as crazy as you are, you're God-fearing. You don't ever hear them praising God like you. In your madness, you praise Him. You know why? Because you're the people of God. The real people of God.
But again, as there is a springtime, there's also a winter in terms of consciousness and in terms of human families. So we're coming out of winter, headed into springtime again. And this last winter really occurred, ain't no doubt about that. But we know that plants burst forward again. And this is an African people who went to sleep in hibernation during the winter to emerge in spring. Again, Sigmund Freud's death, he wasn't going to tell you that he had studied the unconscious and got from African sources, but there it is. You can go to his library in London and you can see it. There it is. And in his book that he wrote 1 year before he passed away, because I think he was trying to get straight. Because the inner world don't even accept a dollar bill. You can't buy nothing in the inner world with a dollar bill. You can be a billionaire and still jump in the lake of fire inside the inner world. That don't take nothing. Your heart must be weighed based upon your conduct with your fellows. Again, just closer views, and now we'll pick the pace up. We know that they studied under us in Rome. They projected the Isaiah rites. We know that there's been a rip-off of all of our culture. We know that tomorrow they will celebrate Easter, and that it relates to an astronomical event that affects consciousness. We know that when we read that in the so-called, again, a revision of our own sacred books called the Bible, that when supposedly the Holy Ghost passed through the so-called Passover, it was the African, the Kemetic tau cross that was the mark that was left on the door, supposedly, and whatever that might mean, that it was a tau or T cross upon which the so-called Christ figure was supposedly crucified, but that came from the earlier things that we said in Kemetic literature relative to Osiris, and especially Horus, and even older forms that would take us even back to Bes and beyond. We know that.
How come he died on a Friday and rose on Sunday morning? Is that 3 days? What time on Friday did he go to the cross? From Friday to Saturday, 24 hours. From Saturday to early Sunday morning, you didn't even make 48 hours. How come you say he was in the grave 3 days? Tell me something, tell me something, tell me something. My mama died November the 18th, 1988. So every year, November the 18th, 1988 to now, I think about my mama's death. Well, if Jesus died on a certain day, how come the day moves around Sometime it's in March. Sometime it's in April. What are you doing, Christian? Do you really understand what you're doing? Does this have to do with the vernal equinox? Sometime it comes in March. Sometime it comes in April. Well, the vernal equinox has to do with the sun and its relationship to the earth. Could it be that Christmas comes around the winter solstice and Easter comes around the time of the vernal equinox? Could it be that sun worship, S-U-N worship?
We know that there are, in terms of the Coptic faith, in terms of our own visualizations of the Christ figure, again with older, the Haru principle and the Osiris and even Patha and even older. This is from the book of Black Men of the Nile. But we don't know what the original African concepts were. They related to the profound symbolism of why would you hold a right triangle, a right angle in your hand? What is the geometrical and numerical symbolism of the so-called religion? And that is indeed an aspect of that. Again, this is Kim-ware. How the cascade of glands that turn on and open up and promote the production of melanin or Kim in skin from the brain or from the Haru principle in the forehead. Again, the Kim principle or the Kim system in brain and skin throughout the nature of the human form. An actual picture of a calcified Haru, a very common occurrence in others and a much less frequent occurrence in us, that leads to only half as much of the Kim principle in the brain or melatonin, and perhaps leads to a very partial insight or access to a mental, showing that all of these things in the Kim system originate from that black early ball of cells after the fertilization of the in the holy womb of the African woman by the life seed of the black man. That all these things, be it Kim in the inner ear, Kim in the meninges of the brain, be it Kim in the oral mucosa of the mouth, be it Kim in the auditory canal, be it Kim in the different organs of the body, be it Kim in the skin, that all of these things come from an infinitesimal thing called the life egg. And indeed, it is a Kim thing. There it is in the skin, organized over the nucleus, not only to shelter it, but to nurture the nucleus of skin cells. There it is in the skins of others, less nurturing going on. There it is in terms of where we have a cross-section of the brain. There it is showing the internal ocean inside of us, from which the dews of heaven, or the cerebral spinal fluid, are freeways which this Kim factor bathes the internal and external aspects of the brain. And doesn't it look like a bird to you? They even call it wings. And here we have a bird inside of our own brains. And our ancients said, our parents told us that there was a bird rising up out of our heads.
Okay. You see what I'm saying? Just about everything in the medical profession they're finding out now has something to do with melanin. As a matter of fact, they have something like 20-something articles on the internet on melanin every year. Now check this out. In every single year they will have another 20-something articles, and they all have changed from the articles from the previous year. Wow. That's how much research was going on melanin. It is the #1 research on the planet. Wow. You see what I'm saying? As the #1 research on the planet. As a matter of fact, we can go even further. You had your Human Genome Project. And people need to ask this question. You had your Human Genome Project that started in the 1990s, and that's all you heard. We're mapping the DNA code. Human genome, human genome, human genome. And then in the 2000s, you didn't hear much about the Human Genome Project anymore. And all the research that was in the Human Genome Project started going into the research at major universities and even black universities where they're studying 15,000 black people's DNA in the United States.
Yeah,
in the UK,
right.
and then all of a sudden, these programs come up on how you need to trace your DNA back to Africa or where have you. Even in the UK, they got a whole, program where they're tracing their DNA back. They do it from the UK so they can get all, because most of the islands are in London.
So they're doing it in the UK too.
So they're doing it in the UK. That means they can get most of the islands, other than going to all these different islands. So UK would be the central place, just like America would be the central place for blacks in the diaspora. You see what I'm saying?
Okay.
So they gave you a TV show called African American Lives with Henry Louis Gates. They gave us a TV show, African American Lives, trying to get this thing, the people to trace their DNA, and they gave a whole motion picture to the black people in London. You see what I'm saying? Trying to place this DNA. So why is it all of a sudden the Human Genome became more interested in the 2000s of tracing the DNA? Because they also know that everything is locked up in, if you're talking about we're the oldest people on the planet and most indigenous people, then it would be, if you're going to talk about, study anything from its arcane perspective or its holistic perspective, you need to get the original blueprint. That just makes sense. You see what I'm saying? And if you want to understand how you can have an original archetype of a person, or original entity, and later on have a later entity, you need to find out the variations on what makes us who we are. Because it's interesting here, because they're astounded to say that, well, you know, if you were originally African or originally any type of indigenous person, because we got different black people from around the earth other than just the African. When you see those Olmec heads, that tells you that we were more than just a continental people. But
that's right.
Why is it that some of the most talented, the most genius of us is the people that's the offspring from the African?
Hello.
Which is, you see what I'm saying? So obviously there's something in the evolution of our coming into Africa and our plight. You see what I'm saying? That made the melanin into something new. You see?
Gotcha.
You see what I'm saying?
That's right.
And something extraordinary. So this stuff is, like I said, it can take weeks to just go into this melanin thing because there's so much. But you know, so much. And so you have melatonin that secretes at night.
Okay.
You got serotonin that secretes in the day. You see what I'm saying? Either way, so you got melatonin and serotonin comprised together, you get melanin. That's one of the great mysteries. You get there's great mysteries and stuff like that. As a matter of fact, even to the menstrual cycle. Now the menstrual cycle here is one of the great ones that was broken. It's in a book called Dragon Time. I don't know the name of the author, but it was called Dragon Time. And in there it talks about how when women have these mood swings based on their menstrual cycle, that what has happened when the menstrual cycle came on, certain hormones are secreted that normally will be regulated when the cycle is not on. They're just these hormones are just secreting everywhere. So in 1 minute, melanin being a nighttime hormone, you might be walking around 12 o'clock at day and this thing secretes as a nighttime hormone, which suggests sleep. And all of a sudden you can understand when your mood will change and you don't want to be bothered.
That's right.
You understand what I'm saying? So it's different things that's going on. As a matter of fact, sleep itself is a form of melanin. Why we know that? Because why is it when Europeans need to sleep, they take melatonin pills?
That's right.
You see what I'm saying? So sleep itself is a form of melanin. You see what I'm saying? You got the god Shiva. The god Shiva is also called the Lord of Sleep.
Right.
You see?
That's right.
And so,
that's right.
Right. So all of this stuff comes down to it's everything, and there's so many things you can link it. We could even link this to the planet. Melanin is what we used to use to control the weather with our mind. Now this is a science that anybody can do now because I do it all the time. And I've been doing it since 1990. I use my own inner visions to stop the rain, and I have been 100% successful since 1998 when I started doing it. We used to could control the weather based on that. So when you see the whole Indian rain dance and all this type of stuff here, That's nothing scientific. There's nothing. We used to could do that. If we're connected to the earth and connected to the atmosphere, then why is it that we can't control it? Don't tell me that you can say a sign, zodiac sign, can affect the way a person is, and that person don't also have the same type of connection to the moon and the stars. You see what I'm saying?
Oh,
so therefore, yes, everybody does. You see what I'm saying? I take, for instance, so melanin is also connected to the global warming. This is the stuff that they don't want you to know. Not only is the earth heating up, there's all kind of ancient texts that talked about the earth will be heating up. Even the little old man Elijah Muhammad in his book Fall of America said that in the latter days the earth gonna heat up and get extremely hot. You see what I'm saying? So no, there is all kind of text and stuff like that, because it's also connected to dreams. You see, and so it is. Now, how this affects global warming and the planet is simple. Now, there's one other part of melanin that I didn't explain. Melanin, the movement of melanin and the regulation of melanin is regulated by these glands that's in your body. The pituitary gland regulates the melanin, and the pineal gland secretes the melanin, and they got all these endorphins that do certain things, but it's all regulated, and it is all stemmed from a cosmic fire that's at the base of the root chakra, the base of your spine, near the anus. And it's a cosmic fire, and that fire, they say, is 10 times hotter than regular fire, but it is inside of our body, but it's the ethereal fire. And that particular fire shoots up the spine, and that's called the Kundalini energy. And it permeates the chakras and goes into the pineal gland, and that's where you get the serpentine fire or the cosmic fire. Our God is an all-consuming fire.
That's right.
You see.
That's right.
So that's called the Kundalini of the serpent fire. So they say, Moses, you shall pick up serpents in the wilderness as a testimony to your faith.
You done touched on another question.
Well, the serpents that Moses was supposed to pick up is talking about the Kundalini energy. And you got these dumb rednecks is out there actually literally picking up snakes and getting bit and dying because they don't understand the prophecy was not talking about a literal serpent. It's talking about the serpentine fire, the Kundalini fire that raises you to a higher evolution or a higher elevation of spirituality. Well, just as we have a Kundalini fire in us, the earth has its own Kundalini fire.
That's right.
It has the same exact Kundalini fire and a serpentine energy. As a matter of fact, there's a book called The Mysteries of the Mexican Pyramids by Peter Tompkins. And in that book it talks about, in that book, The Mysteries of the Mexican Pyramids, it talks about how several Mesoamericans or several Americans in South America and Mexico, several Mexicans in South America and Mexico, they go in and they do ceremonies to raise the earth's Kundalini. There's a new book that just came out the first of the year by Drumbelow Melchizedek. I don't know the name of the actual book, but I know part of the writing on the book, or the subtitle of the book, is talking about igniting or raising the earth's Kundalini by Drumbelow Melchizedek. So my point here is, if there's an evolution and we're connected to it, then that means the earth is connected to it, and it is also heating up based on that. Okay. You see what I'm saying? So the last part is this: we are evolving as a species, and the Kundalini energy is part of that evolution, and the melanin and the DNA. Especially black DNA has been changing rapidly since the 1990s. And we are evolving. So if this stuff is evolving in us, that means the earth is also evolving. So I'm like George Carlin say, you got to have a hell of an ego to think that in actuality you are harming the planet. What ego you think? You think the earth, the earth laughs at that, saying, when I'm ready to throw you off, I can flick you off like a flea. Don't think that this is a cosmic planet and a cosmic universe, and you think that you have the audacity to think that you actually are harming the planet. That's a joke to the earth and to the spirit realm, which means that. But what we're actually seeing here is this: the people who study the ancient mysteries, know that the earth is heating up, and they know that certain things is happening and we are evolving as a species. So what they do here is they put on the scare tactics. You see what I'm saying? It's a scare tactic. So yeah, there is global warming, but I'll let you in on another little secret. If you take everything, every single thing that the scientists and everybody's saying that you can do to change global warming, well, guess what? If you did everything in order, and if you got the earth and its whole population total to follow the instructions by the T to change the earth and to save the earth, guess what happened? Them ice glaciers will still melt on time, because this has nothing to do.
It's going to melt.
It's going to melt anyway. You want to know why? Because it has nothing to do with man's behavior. It has something to do with man's biology. As we evolve, the earth evolves. You see what I'm saying?
Just one more time. You said it has to.
As we evolve, the earth evolves. It's just that what it is the reason why it's coming so rapid now. Because you can go to, if you see those footage of those ice glaciers, they are breaking off, I mean, miles, oh man, daily. You see what I'm saying? So now, but you thinking, well, wow, you think we got why is this happening now? Because the thing about it is we have been evolving for the last 25 years, and ain't nobody told you about it. You see what I'm saying? Nobody told you about it. You see what I'm saying? So what it is because you don't have the knowledge of our evolution, especially black people, because we're the original people. So we are the ones, and it made all these movies, the X-Men and all these different movies of us mutating, but it's called transmutation into something else. And we're the original people. That means we was on the planet long enough for something to actually happen with our DNA.
Gotcha.
You see what I'm saying? And don't think that the planet, the trees and everything else is not the same species. It's all one.
That's right.
When you go out in space, you don't see human beings walking around. You see the earth. You see what I'm saying? But you can look at the earth and say, that's mankind. You see what I'm saying?
That's right.
Or womankind, the lack of a better word. You see what I'm saying? The point I'm trying to make here is, it's all coming, but the thing about it here, if you got a group of people that separate science from spirituality, you see what I'm saying? Then you got to, see, the argument here is this. The argument here is not the separation of, it's not important to separate science from religion, because religion is political. You learn very little about spirituality from religion. It's a guessing game. Everything is broken down into parables or what have you, and it needs to be interpreted by people that's been long dead, but not no preacher.
That's right.
Or not some of these priests. They ancient science or stuff, but spirituality is more important. When you separate the earth and don't teach people spirituality, then the people will only have to rely on the scientific evidence, and that is always a botched job. There's 100 different sequences and variables that you got to get to the way of the science, but the spirit is the cohesiveness. You can find out what you need to do immediately in the spirit realm, but not religious realm. Most people are religious, and religion, what true religion is, what true spirituality is, religion frowns upon. But one thing about the melanin, what's most important now, is not how indigenous you are, but how transmuted you are. So let's put it this way. So the reason why we are having this conversation right now, and not in other indigenous people around the world, is because we went through a milling process of the Middle Passage, slavery. You see, which, if you take a rock and so much pressure is put upon it, it can become a diamond. You see what I'm saying? Well, that's what this is. We are diamond people now, the ones who have gone through a milling process of utter hell. So a lot of times, if you notice, most indigenous people around the world are very docile. You see what I'm saying? As far as, are very docile. That is because they say, out of Egypt I will call my son. So what that is because the earth, indigenous people had to go through a transformation, alchemical transformation pattern. And so therefore, this is the reason why we're talking tonight compared to other indigenous people around the world. you see what I'm saying, is because, now don't get me wrong, this is for the whole earth. It's for the entire earth to evolve. But there has to be a head of a snake, a collective higher council. And this is why we are at the collective higher council discussing this. Right now what we are discussing is a part of our evolution, whether we know this or not. This conversation right now is a gathering. And it's a part of our rising right now with this conversation we're talking about now. And we are having this particular conversation, so although we can say that these particular people can have that being first doesn't necessarily mean being the most advanced, especially when you was first 1,000,000 years ago. Wow. You have to track that progress and the process, and as a result, the truth bears the fruit. This is why we are evolved to the particular point that we can even ponder these things, is because we're going through that particular process. Now, ultimately, the snake's tails goes with the snake too. But this is the reason why Africa is a mystery. You go there and it's almost no progress being made, because the simple fact is they've already sent out their children to go through the milling process. And the children, you see what I'm saying, are all over the planet, and they're in the places there where there's high technology so that we can make a difference, especially when it comes to the communication aspect, to make this program happen. So we are the ones that's evolving. Everybody is evolving on a total, but we have an acceleration rate when it comes to the people who went through that whole middle passage. Wow. You see what I'm saying? Okay. You know.
Next Sunday, the white people are going to talk about the real look of Jesus. Not that they didn't know how he looked, but they didn't want you to know how he looked. So next week, they're going to show him with an olive color and look like he got a little, a little dreadlock or something. Now, when you see that picture, you may say, oh man, that ain't my Jesus. White folk will be saying the same thing. Don't come to me with that. Because that means the niggers that I've been persecuting look like the man that I've been telling them that is the greatest human being that ever lived, and now the greatest human being is a nigger. Well, now that kind of messes things up. So they're going to approach the subject real funny. Maybe next week, which is Easter Sunday, you might want to rise from your grave and look at yourself in a better light than the way you see yourself right now. In fact, we're not going to wait till next Sunday. We're going to do that right now. God is something. He wanted to test himself. So he allows a contrary world from a contrary man to rule for a season. This is the time of Satan. Now I want you to think about this. You hear white folks talking to you and you talking with them. We are all God's children. See, that's the game. They know better. Yaqub preached among the dissatisfied. He learned everything that the schools had to offer by the time he was 18. And I'll tell you something, brothers and sisters. The Honorable Elijah Muhammad said that when they keep you in college all these years, they're keeping you there for financial reasons. It's really to extract money out of you. But if they really wanted to, you could have your doctorate degree by the time you are 18 years of age, if they understand that as the shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line, that they can get right to the matter in education and move you right along so that the children will never feel unchallenged and lay around with nothing to do and get into difficulty because you're not taking them as fast as they really have the capacity to go. And it's not that the children have fault. We are holding them back by our ignorance. Yaqub learned, studied the life germ of the original man. And he saw in that life germ, there was a brown germ that was like dust. It had no form. It had no utility. It was there, but it was mastered by the dark side of the black germ, mastered the brown. So the brown could never really come out to give the black a challenge. So Yaqub saw that if he could separate the brown germ from the black germ and graft it into its final stage, he could produce a new people with an inclination toward evil. And then by teaching them a system of tricks and lies, being unalike, they would attract the black man. A system of tricks and lies. Being unalike, they would attract the black man. And then by being a master of tricks and lies, they would deceive and divide the black man. And then they would conquer the black man and rule the black man until the coming of God. But in order to do this, they had to develop a birth control system. Now, if you start looking at the color of the babies that you produce, sometimes you can produce a real dark child. I mean, if you imagine all of them were black, well, they produce a black child. But sometimes you produce one a little lighter. So the whole idea was kill the darker, save the lighter. Now check this out. This man had a group of laborers. He had a minister, a doctor, a nurse, and a cremator. When they got ready to marry, if it was two real black ones, they'd take a sample of your blood and they'd tell you that your blood is not quite right, so you shouldn't marry. Right today, the white man is doing the same thing. Look at this. So when two real dark ones come up, you don't want that. And right now in your thinking, from the white man, if you real black, you don't want no real black man. Talk to me. If you real dark, you searching for somebody a little light so that your baby won't be so black. Talk to me. And in your house, if you got a dark child and you got a light child, you favor the lighter one and you give the black one hell. And when it goes out in the world favors the lighter child and the world beat the hell out the black child.
And to this very hour, that poison is sitting right up in us. She too black. I don't want to marry a black thing like that. And you're supposed to be enlightened. Some of you sitting up in Islam for years, and you're sick as hell with that kind of thinking. You don't want nobody black. They too black. What the hell are you talking about? Somebody ought to slap you into reality. You sound sick to be under this kind of teaching and thinking stupid like that. You want some high yellow somebody. Yeah, well, Farrakhan, you know, you about like that. Yeah, but I married a woman darker than me, baby. And if they do my biography, all my little girlfriends was black. You see, my mama was a black woman. A real black woman. And she was so black and beautiful, so strong and wise. She made me honor and respect women because I couldn't put nothing over on her. So because I had a black mother and a real light father who was, you know, high yellow as they would call him, pretty boy, mama black and pretty, but he gonna play, see? Fine. I never saw him. He did nothing for me, but I thank Allah for him because I'm here. This daggone Yaqub was something. And when he got his people away from the mainland, I wish I could just take this teaching apart for you. He had to separate his followers because he couldn't make them into what he wanted to make them with as long as they were on the main land with the other blacks. So his teaching caused a lot of trouble. So finally he was spreading, his teaching was spreading. The king of Islam got very upset, you know. The king is not, we don't have kings, but he was a great one. And he told him, what kind of deal can we make? He said, well, let me out, you know, me and my followers, and we'll go, and you help us to go. So they did. They rounded them all up, helped them to go, and they went to an island in the Aegean Sea. It's called Pilon, but the island is there. It's called Patmos. And your Bible in the book of John or Revelation says, I, John, on the island of Patmos for the word of the Lord. What was the word of the Lord? Let us make man. If you go back in the history, which is just too much, it's just too much, man. I better leave that alone for today. It took 200 years to make a brown man. But they had to kill the darker and save the lighter. The nurse, when the baby was coming, if it was a real dark child, she would cleverly stick a needle in the brain. If the mother was alert, they'd say, this is an angel baby, and take it and feed it to the cremator. This same system is going on today. I just want you to see what's happening to us and our children. See, it's happening to you. You're dark-skinned. You're pretty. And you got something. But in this world, you're not the standard of beauty. The white woman is. Therefore, all light-skinned persons
with a little curl in their hair, their lips not quite as thick, their nose not quite as flat, they become the standard of beauty among us. And the poor black one, she's always feeling like she's less. So in order to feel like you are as good, the men prey on your low self-esteem, and you feel that in order to be accepted, you have to give yourself to the men that want to use you. And so black women are played with and preyed on. Look, whatever happened on Pelon or Patmos, I'll put Patmos, which is the way it's called now, and I'll put Pelon. These two was this. It was a womb. And let me tell you something, sisters. When you are pregnant, you have to be careful what you allow to go on around what's growing inside of you. Because what's going on in the environment will mark what you're building in the womb. So if murder and lying was going on the island of Pelon, it took 200 years, the messenger says, to bring forth a brown man. And when they were made, some of them would leave the island and they took up residence, what you call now Japan. The Japanese are the brown people. The Chinese are called the yellow people. Another 200 years of murder, killing the darker, saving the lighter, marrying the lighter on to the lighter to keep on producing lighter. 200 more years, you had a yellow civilization. Some of them left the island of Pelon and they started populating parts of Asia that is called China. 200 more years, giving you 600 years, they had a white man. He was pale skin, weak boned, stale face, Caucasian, that's what it means. Caucasian means weak bone, weak blooded, stale face, with a leaning toward evil. If you rear them under righteousness, they'll be right, but always you got to watch that lean. The white one is the final product of the made man. And that's why the Bible says Adam was made from the dust of the earth. The Honorable Elijah Muhammad said that dust is a particle of matter that had no form and no purpose until form was given to it and purpose was given to it. The brown germ in the black man was there. It had no purpose, so it's called dust. But Yaqub gave it form and gave it expression. And what was born from that island was what we call devil. A people inclined to evil. A people that are liars and murderers by nature. That don't mean they all do this, but that's the nature. And that's why white people today, they really don't understand their own wickedness. They came here, the Native American took them in, gave them corn and showed them how to
farm and whatnot. How did they treat the Native Americans? They killed them. They used germ warfare on them. Gave them blankets that had smallpox in it. Why? Why are you going to do this to a people that befriended you? Because you're a liar and a murderer, a devil. Africa, Asia, wherever they went on the earth, they found people there, and after they found them, they deceived them, they killed them, and made them slaves. Am I lying? That's his nature. Now he got you and me. Brought our fathers out of Africa. He's a liar. He's a murderer. What has he made us? When you open your mouth, we ask you anything, man, hardly. First thing you do is lie. Right now, your mouth is bent like that. This is the truth down here. But we got to chase this crookedness till we get the straight of things. You can't help yourself. And now, you've become a murderer. You're driving by, killing your brother. What did your brother do? Well, he ain't in my he ain't my family. You understand? He's a Crip, I'm a Blood. He's an El Rookin, I'm a gangster disciple. See? The enemy has divided you all against yourself. And now he don't even have to come and kill us. We're busy killing each other. You have become what he is, a devil. So Jesus said, the servant of sin abideth not in the house forever. Meaning you all, there's a time limit on you. The house here is the earth. We're going to cut you off from the earth. But the Son abideth forever. The Son means that which is a direct descendant of the originator. We're going to abide on the earth forever. But this new man that came, there's a time that he got to go. And that's why it's written in the book that God is going to destroy them and leave them neither root nor branch. This is real now. Let's go on. Let's go on. He said, if the Son therefore shall make you free, you shall be free indeed. Now, Jesus was the only one who could free these Jews from the judgment of God, that they would be able to abide in the house with the Son. So when they said, and I ain't never been in bondage to no man, meaning I've been free to raise hell ever since I've been out of the caves. Ain't nobody had me in check. Jesus said, yeah, we know. But if the Son sets you free, meaning if I free you from the nature in which you were made, you will be free indeed. And Jesus was the last prophet to the white race. And they rejected him. I'll get into that in the history of Jesus. We'll get that later on down the road. But here, listen to this. He said, I know that you are Abraham's seed, but you seek to kill me because my word has no place in you. What kind of word was Jesus speaking that those Jews, his word had no place in them? Now, this is anti-Semitism, doctor. I didn't write this book. This is the Bible, baby. Now look at Jesus talking. My word has no place in you. I speak that which I have seen with my Father. Listen. And you do that which you have seen with your father. Now here's two fathers here now. Jesus got a father, and the Jews to whom he was speaking had a father. Yet Jesus said, if the Son free you, you free indeed. But look at what you're trying to do to a man that could free you from the curse of your father, Jacob. Look at this. Look at this. They answered and said unto him, Abraham is our father. And look at what Jesus said. If you were Abraham's children, you would do the works of Abraham. He said, but now you seek to kill me, a man that hath told you the truth, which I have heard of God. This Abraham did not do. You do the deeds of your father. Now he's pinning them to the wall. Now look at the way they come back on Jesus. They said to him, look at the words, we be not born of fornication. What are you throwing up in Jesus' face here? Because Mary had a baby and you didn't see a man present. So you're going to accuse the offspring of Mary as being born of fornication. So the Jews hit him. In other words, your mother was playing around. See, them Jews was playing the dozens. We be not born of fornication. We have one Father, even God. Now they're taking it up on Jesus. And no. Abraham is our father, and you and I have one Father, and that is God. Now listen how Jesus come back. Jesus said unto them, if God were your Father, you would love me. For I proceeded forth and came from God. Neither came I of myself, but he sent me. Why do you not understand my speech? Even because you cannot hear my word. You are of your father, the devil. Now here the devil got some children.
And these Jews that Jesus is talking to, evidently he recognized them as the children of the devil. Now look at Jesus. Now was Jesus anti-Semitic? Now they say he was a Jew. And he's telling some Jews that they are of the devil. Boy, the Anti-Defamation League would have railed on Jesus, wouldn't it? Look at this. He said, you are of your father, the devil, and the lusts of your father you will do. He was a murderer from the beginning. The father of this people was a murderer from the beginning. He said, and he abode not in the truth, because there's no truth in him. When he speaketh a lie, he speaketh of his own, for he is a liar and the father of lies. Now look. Look at this now, brothers and sisters. Have you noticed in the book of Revelations, this people is called the bloodshedder? Some white people have studied themselves, and they want to know what's wrong with us, that everywhere we go, we're killing not just animals, fish, birds. If we find a human being different from ourselves, we kill that human being. They don't need to do nothing. All they got to do is be in our way. Now, you and I grew up under this people. Now, look here, brothers. I didn't grow up in the South. But when I got to be a young man, I told my mother, I want to go to school in the South, Ma. She said, why you want to go to the South? I said, I want to experience what my brothers and sisters down there have experienced all their lives. And look at how you grew up down there, brothers. Some of you ran away to save your life. Sometime your mother would put you on a train to Chicago because you had beat up the little white boy next door who called you a nigger and spat on you because you had new shoes for Easter, and that, I started to say something else, and that fella, he didn't have no new shoes. So he hated you because you had new shoes and started trouble with you. He had killed black people because they could get a new car or wear a new suit or have a farm that produced good crop. Talk to me, brothers. You know that this man is a murderer. He don't give a damn about your life.
Is everything. That is the final result. There's multiple ways to do things, but when all those fail, the mind is the key, especially the subconscious mind is the key. And it was interesting here because there's a Brother Panic. I had a book I had a book that's out of print, and the book this book that I had that's out of print was called The Magician: Studies in Effective Magic by Philip Cooper. And anyway, the mind is the first level, the Rudy Poont level. The line is the inferior level. Mm-hmm. Inside of your heart is an intelligence. The Egyptians, when they mummified a body, they preserved the heart. They snatched the brain right out of the body. Say, that's a piece of garbage that you don't even need. It only functions in the mundane physical world. The intelligence that we're talking about, all of that stuff is not coming from the brain. The pineal gland is an adversary or a manifestation of the heart chakra. The heart is the most important thing. Hell, you even see Jesus pointing at a doggone heart. You see, you don't even have. Look at what separates. Look. There's a few of us that have consciousness. It's like less than 1% on the earth total. What separates you from having consciousness and your stupid family members that you tried to tell is and they too dumb to understand it, and all these other crazy Negroes out in the street? What separates it is you're radiating at a level of vibration of your heart chakra, and they're radiating at a vibration of the root chakra in the anus. So they only can understand mundane and material things. You can't even get into consciousness until you radiate at a vibration of the heart chakra. The subconscious mind that we're talking about here gets its origin in the heart. Know this. You see, you study any ancient stuff, especially any ancient Egyptian stuff and ancient East Indian stuff. They got a whole book called the triadic vibration of the heart, or whatever. Let me see if I can get the name of it. I got a library in here, but it's not what I got. It's what I can find. It's massive books. It's something. But anyway, no. That was. I was giving you you was getting 101 with the mind.
Okay.
This is what we talking about here is doggone PhD level. The heart is the ultimate thing. As a matter of fact, they tell you right now, if your heart ain't in it, you see what I'm saying? You see, it ain't real. Now, what I mean by that is this. The mind also consists of two things. It consists of the pineal gland, which has the potential where there could be the seat of the soul could lodge in it. But it also consists of, mostly for people down here, the ego. And the ego is an illusion. It doesn't even exist. It only supposes itself to be a human being. And basically 90% of our function is on the ego level, the illusionary level. So that can be corrupted. The mind can be corrupted, but the heart is pure. That is that is the brain of your soul. You see what I'm saying? The heart is the brain of your soul. You see, that's why women. That's why they tell men that they must open up more. That's the key to a man's evolution to getting to the high level. He must open up his heart more.
That's right.
You see what I'm saying? He must open up his heart more. There's a book called Enlivening the Chakra of the Heart. I can't give you the author, but it's called the Enlivening the Chakra of the Heart. It goes with all of that. The eating of the pineal gland is done by certain Masons, or not certain Masons, I won't say, because certain people in secret society, because the Masons are the low level of the secret society. It's like a pyramid. As you go up into these particular pyramid, the Masons might be the entry level, but when you go up into the pyramid, I ain't talking about black Masons. That's a joke. That ain't nothing but drinking, looking, driving cabs. It ain't got nothing to do with nothing. The 2 million black Masons, 2 million black men had knowledge, we'd have been out of this mess. That's a joke. But I'm talking about these white Masons. As you go up, the pyramid gets smaller, and they have numerous secret societies that spin off from that. And in those particular secret societies, they have something what is called the obscene rite. And the obscene rite is the eating of a live pineal gland, and they get high on it. You'll get that. You'll see it in the movie Fear and Loathing, which is a real book of a guy's drug experiences. Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas with Johnny Depp, where they did all the drugs in the world. When they ate the live pituitary gland, which was pineal gland, when they ate the live pituitary gland, they really went crazy. They really went crazy. There's another movie where they mentioned the word obscene rite in a movie called The Satanic Rites of Dracula with Christopher Lee. It was banned from this country until the 90s, but you can get it on video and DVD now. When they asked this guy what did he see when he accidentally spied in on a secret society, he said, I saw the obscene rites. But it's also documented in Peter Moon's book called Black Sun. It's a book called Black Sun by Peter Moon, and that whole book is dealing with melanin. They'll call it a cultum. Before it was called Melanin by Aaron Lerner at Yale University in 1957, it was originally called a cultum and stuff. So, but in the back of the book, he also mentions the obscene rite and eating of a live pineal gland. Of a live pineal gland. Now, it's interesting because I was in Washington, D.C. Well, it was actually in Baltimore in 1997, and a brother who had picked me up said that it was taking me to the airport that was at the lecture at my lecture. He said it was interesting. You're talking about the pineal gland. He said in 1990, remember in 1990 it was black people killing up each other in real, hello?
Oh, I'm here.
Yeah, in the D.C. area.
Oh, right,
yeah.
right. Okay.
Right. Well, what it was is he said in 1990 he met a guy that he had graduated high school in 1969. Never saw the guy until that day. And the guy was driving a truck. And he said, what is that? He said, what's all them bottles in the back of that truck? He said, well, when the youth die, we take their pineal glands out when there's a homicide. And we take them to Johns Hopkins Hospital. But it was full of pineal glands, so that meant they'd come on the weekend. That meant they'd have to, it was something like 300-400 bottles, and ain't 300-400 deaths in a weekend.
Ooh.
So what it was is basically when black people die, or before they die, they take their pineal glands, and what they do, they ship them over to a place called George Washington Memorial. There's a George Washington Masonic Memorial. And it's a place that's built like the Library of Alexandria in Alexandria, Virginia, or Maryland, whatever that. And basically the people, and the Skull and Bones is in there, the York Rite, the Scottish Rite, and all these particular things is in that George Washington Masonic Memorial building. And basically they take hundreds of pineal glands over to the Masonic people, and they eat them during ceremonies. You see, this Peter Moon's book. Peter Moon's book called The Black Sun, because that's a book that's on a lot of stuff on melanin is in that book. They just call it occultum, and he might even not even mention melatonin, but his whole book is about melanin.
The question, is it revelation? And if it is revelation, then the light of God has passed out of the east and is now coming to birth in the west, which means that the scepter of rulership is being taken out of the east and is being placed in the hands of those to whom revelation is given. Now, you may not want to believe this, but if a black man from among us has received revelation from the Lord of the worlds, this is saying that the white man's time of rule of us and the world is all over with.
The notion of the head being born out of the lily, the so-called flowering process as one touches the crown. The lily that is, quotes, tightly bound, and then it unfurls. And then out of that most fragrant flower comes an aspect of yourself. I've had some experiences sometimes in which in this Kim Ware system that promotes and allows that. And here it is from the tomb of Tutankhamun, the same concept. That in our, and we use the head, we could really put the entire body in it, no doubt. There, we emerge out of that. There's something deep inside of us. Again, the mask. Again, the actual face, the human form. How could we? How crazy is the game that in 1979 the part of that came here in terms of an exhibit, and there was a debate: was he black? And yet these photographs set right in Oxford University, and the people knew. So hey, I fully we know that the game is that deep. The people are not even. The adversary is intentionally covering up mountains of knowledge. It is a war of knowledge. Again, a black man and a black skin and a black body. Kim. The notion of the symbolism of his shrines, these 4 boxes placed one inside the other, and between box 2 and 1, a thin film of linen cloth with gold stars embroidered upon it, in which they were giving a knowledge of their statement, of the collective understanding of scientific investigation that encompasses, I think, millions of years. Millions of years. The things found on the Pharaonic crown not only symbolize the upper and lower region, but in terms of the upper and lower aspect of ourselves, not in a hierarchical sense, but because each part of us is profound and divine. Pharaoh Shephren with the Horus or Heru hawk rising from his back, embracing the sides of him. Again, inside of us, something that profound inside of our Kim is that profound, waiting to emerge, waiting to arise, but also demanding sweat, demanding a lifetime of discipline, a use of science, and a profound respect of each other. Side view. Again, showing just the different types, crowns, and all the idea of the feather of Ma'at, of upper and lower Kemet. The Bennu bird, another name for Bennu bird, and it is from this that came the European concept of the stork. But they don't tell you that Bennu means the black bird. So a black bird brought in the little new ones in the idea of Kemet. Again, raising the hands in praise to the netters. Again, on the very top of that person's head, we see, again, that bird factor standing on the crown of the head. And again, from the umbilical cord, there emerges that phallus, or that, if you will, that canal from which that ancestral seed passes to then pass to the holy heaven of the black woman's heaven or womb. The diadem crown that was found atop Tutankhamun's head, and found again the wrapping of that head with a full appreciation for levels of understanding that I just am just a total novice at beginning to understand. But that there was a extra wad of bandages placed on top, or linen cloth placed on top, again to symbolize perhaps the importance of what was in the top of that head, or the crown. The linen cloth with the beads embroidered on the top, again symbolizing the things that were present, the serpentine fashion, which I've just now learned that the serpents were called Kim. Oh, I just can't wait to work with that. God Patha, again with a blue crown on his head. The same something in the top of us that binds us to the heavens. Yes, we are divine. Just a diagram showing the same concept of the eye, Huru, and pineal that are found in somewhat of that same region. And then this just came to me this morning. Now I look at this and see that this particular aspect paints the crown of Tutankhamun wearing a black crown. And I just beginning to, the answers are helping, I think, trying to make me say, brother, you better study some more. Because look at this here. So that's a point to be raised. From the right shrine of the second shrine of Tutankhamun, the right panel, I will probably have spent at least another lifetime just working with one panel. But I'm not going to let it go. I'm going to stay on it until I have got all that I could possibly see in it. And I'm just beginning. I've now been at it 7 years. But now as I learn a bit more and I get some additional help with Sister Ricchetti and others, especially Sister Ricchetti, Professor Ricchetti, that I can see that there's so much. When I saw this in a book, and then I went with Dr. Ben on a trip to Kemet, and I said, well, I will never see that. I don't know where they got that from. And I walked up on the second shrine, and here I was, a psychiatrist who'd been studying the pineal about 5 years before I saw that. I said, goodness, look at that star putting rays of light into the anatomical site of the pineal gland. I know the pineal gland produces the hormone melatonin during darkness and serotonin during daytime. You mean my people knew neuroendocrinology 3,300 years ago? And it was just now rediscovered this in 1958 AD? I said, could the cover-up be that great? And yes, it is.
Have you ever watched a flower unfold? One day, I happened to be looking at it and studying it. And I saw this stem, and the flower was closed, and then I watched it slowly stretch itself up, and then unfold. I said, that must have been painful. Now, we don't ever think that plant life can feel. But if it's life, it can feel. Plants is you. Your flesh is the plant life of the earth. Your bone is the stone of the earth. Your blood is the water of the earth. So just as you unfold, you in the womb stretching. Look at the baby when it comes out. It looked like hell because it's in pain. It's been forming, and now it's forcing itself with its little head against your pelvis, driving itself into the world.
And when it come, it's all wrinkled up, black and blue. It fought like hell to get here. A lot of pain in Genesis. A lot of pain in birth. A lot of pain to grow from where you are.
Is made up of 606 feet, 606 feet, 606 feet, 606 feet, 606. It's made up of stades, exactly the same. Now, if that's not interesting enough, look at the angle of the Great Pyramid of Giza. If you take the angle of the Great Pyramid of Giza, the slope is 51.8 degrees. Let's go back to the earthworks. If you measure the line that goes straight through the center of the structure, right here, and then you go true north, it's 51.8 degrees. That angle is exactly the same angle as the pyramids of Giza. It is the same math, the same calculations as ancient Egyptians. Let me show you one more connection. In 1860, David Wyrick, he's a guy who surveyed the Newark earthworks. He was digging into a mound near those earthworks, and he found a wooden coffin made of oak. They opened up the coffin and found a skeleton of a man holding a little box that was about 8.10 inches in size. The box had been cemented shut here. This, by the way, is sitting in Ohio. Well, he opened up the box and he found a little man inside, a little black stone. They took it to scholars and they looked at it. The man seems to be carrying something, and there's writing here at first they couldn't recognize. The writing is, they thought in 1860, some sort of Hebrew. Well, finally, about 20 years later, they found some rabbis living in the area, and the rabbis looked at that, and they could read it. They said it was an old kind of block Hebrew, and it was a rendition of the Ten Commandments. Now, this is another piece. Block Hebrew, they said they'd never seen anything like it. Mainstream archaeologists at the time called this a hoax. But then in 1900, or just about after 1900, in Israel, they found the same block-style Hebrew writing. Mainstream archaeologists still dismiss the findings. They found it in Israel, and they found it in Ohio. But there was another stone that they found that they couldn't argue. This is the Bat Creek stone. It was found during the course of an official Smithsonian evacuation. The Smithsonian didn't understand the meaning of the writing on the stone. They thought it was Cherokee, since it came from Cherokee country. They didn't realize that it's actually Hebrew. They had published this originally upside down. They threw it in a box at the bottom of the Smithsonian, put it in the basement. Many years later, a scholar took it out of the box, looked at it, and went, oh my gosh, it's upside down. It's Phoenician, ancient Hebrew. So what's going on here? What is that about? Where is that history? I'll show you in a few minutes, and we're going to have a conversation, and I'm going to show you some more things that the Smithsonian, science, government, commerce colluded to erase. By the way, I want to thank the directors of the documentary Lost Civilizations of North America for bringing these stories to my attention. I was blown away. To find more, visit the website lostcivilizationdvd.com. Here's the thing we should be asking ourselves. I don't know the story of these. Do you know that? Did you know that? Do you live in Ohio and did you know that? Why not? Were the American Indians wronged? Yes. Yes. And that's what we focus on in America. Is we were bad to the American Indians. Forget about it. It's in the past. The question should be the ones that the founders asked. Who are they? What knowledge do they have? Can you imagine the difference we would have now if we would put our differences aside and put our past in the past and concentrate on today and say, let's learn from each other. What do you have? What is that? What is that? When we come back, I'm going to be joined by Peter Lillback, who is, I've told you before, is one of my favorite authors. He's going to talk to me a little bit about the founders here. And I'm also going to show you some documents that show how that history has been erased. Next. This is the Smithsonian Annual Report, 1882-1883. This is John Wesley Howell. This is an original copy. John Wesley Howell in 1789. Again, this is Powell. This is the director of the Bureau of Ethnology at the Smithsonian Institute. He said this: artifacts found prior to Christopher Columbus's arrival would be considered illegitimate by the Smithsonian. Only the savage Indian culture would be observed, and this created the artificial barrier to science. Only the savage. Science was colluding with government because of commerce, and religion was involved. Now, why do I tell you all this stuff? Not because I'm an Indian expert or anything else. You got to do your own homework. I just found out about this stuff. I'm amazed by it. I don't know what the answer is on this. The reason why I bring it up is the stock is not bad. The soup went bad, but the stock is not. Peter Lillback, Dr. Peter Lillback. How are you, sir?
Good to see you.
This is a book that needs to be owned by every American. Every single American should have this book in their home. It's called Sacred Fire. These are the words of George Washington, and it takes history absolutely apart. Apart. Not on somebody's opinion, but on their own words, on his words.
Knowing again that as one would pass on to another level, it took knowledge to know how to traverse the so-called Amenta. So here is the Pharaoh Tutankhamun and the opening of the mouth ceremony as it is found all around the world, even in South America before there ever was a Columbus. The same kind of procedures being found, the same kind of instruments being used to give this person the words of power, the words of certain vibratory rates, to be able to unlock certain states inside of one's own being. Again, the opening of the mouth ceremony in terms of the being given the words of power to be able to know the right word to unlock a particular gate inside and outside oneself, as one would evoke those levels or nectars that are emergent around us. This is very deep Kemetic psychology. And in other words, we hear about it under the heading of evocation, or we hear about it in divination. The same thing. In other words, a knowledge of vibratory rate and being exact to evoke things, that you can't do it by, a key has an exact fit, in other words. Here we have again the concept of the God Bahum creating the man and woman on the potter's wheel. And here we have again the notion of the Ka and also the Bennu bird, again symbolizing that there's something inside of us, in every Kemet person, that allows us not to be detached, as Sister Ricketti has said, Professor Ricketti has said, not to be detached, but to be a part of us. But when we get deep into our Chem factor, we fly, literally. The expansion that takes place is without limit. It is an ability to see our relationship with infinity. Now, these sound like very way out words, but they're not way out words. It's a statement of mental slavery, where they make us try to think that it's impossible. It's going to lead to you becoming a vampire. It's going to lead to you becoming yourself. Again, the Ba and Ra, this is someone else's name attached to it. Again, a secondary, not a tertiary source, in terms of the two that are facing each other. So I have to learn my own language and to come back to it. Because I'm firmly convinced that when we, quote, have these different states that come to us, even at night and in the daytime, all times, 24 hours, it's not just nighttime dreams, it's 24 hours, that ancestral world is trying to speak to us 24 hours a day, with 24 hours a day. That if we can just hear the language, know it. I mean, do I really expect my ancestral world to speak to me in English? Black English would get more onto it. And then I see, and then I realize, just things that are just not coincidences. It just hit me the other day at the place that I grew up off of Central Avenue, and other parts off El Segundo, saying a place that we call Watts. I said, now wait a minute. Now Watts is the name Wa'at. Could that be that deep? So things that we have, there's so many ways so many levels that just all around us, we just don't, again, becoming aware. Here we see the Pharaonic crown, and a very important thing, again, things come to you with the feather of Ma'at. Question comes, it's only a question at this point in time. How does the feather of Ma'at relate to the Ba, or the Ba and Ka birds? How does that relate? How does the feather relate to that bird? And why do we have the coil? And that coil is about 3.14. Then we get to another question of the coil that has 3 and some decimal points with a quotes black dot center. So again, those are all questions. I mean, just the detailed way in which our ancestors may have presented very profound issues and on so many levels of meaning. The notion that the beetle or Kempera may have a relationship to the idea of the top of the head or the crown. Choosing an anthropomorphic symbol or our image because it relates to an equivalent concept in the anatomy of the Neter human. And here we see this concept of the sutures that correspond to the Kempera beetle, showing that there is something, as we talk about Kempera rolling the sun disk across the sky and the crowns of our head being illuminated by an aspect of ray as it rolls across the sky. But do we dare consider what relationship do we have to assist the sun as it rolls across the sky? Now another question comes up in terms of how, even in that book by Piankanov on the Shrine of Tutankhamun, he kind of stepped back from it, as we would expect him to do given his consciousness and given his orientation. But when it raised the question of the souls of men revivifying the sun as the sun passed through Amenta. So how do we share in exchanging light? What light do we give off that revivifies stellar bodies? So that's, of course, a crazy thought. But we must be beyond crazy to embrace ourselves. We must see that, I think, come to the awareness that the oppressor has labeled things unconsciously and also intentionally with the most horrible meanings as a means to turn us away from things that would lead to our own resurrection. And that it is a very important thing to not let, if your mind raises a question, that's the only way, that's the only thing that you need. In other words, if your mind flashes it to you, then treasure it. Because we don't know how many of the ancestors are trying to pass something on to you right now.
Because if we go on everything diabolical these ruling elite are doing, we'll be here till next 1,000 years. Because every hour they're doing something diabolical. But one of the keys here is we are protected in the knowledge as long as we don't give in to the fear. So a lot of this stuff that the Illuminati and them doing, they want you to know that they're doing this because they understand that fear shuts down melanin. Now stress, melanin enhances. And I tell the people about the number one people, some of the babies now that done come of age in the high school now, the number one children with the number one academics in Georgia is the crack babies. They are excelling beyond all the people in the class, the academic level. That's because they went through that stress and it brought a new entity in with the melanin. So melanin strives through stress, but it shuts down with fear. With fear. So all of that type of stuff, I'm telling you, they don't have, believe me, they have done all what they have done the worst of what they can do. Now they're into the fear tactic, the scare tactic, telling you all what they're going to do, running the wolf ticket, when we're the ones that's in charge. You see what I'm saying? I'm lonely. I wish somebody to come up on my behind with some bull. You see what I'm saying? Then we can get it going. You see. But, like I said, the gods now, there's a human level and the God level. The God don't concern itself with what they're doing. They're just scared. You see, and they'll produce the fear. It doesn't matter about what the masses are doing. The masses is going to be ignorant and stupid in the first place. You see. So it took me years to get out of the masses and the bleeding heart of the masses. Now, the masses will be saved too, but they're counting on us to keep our sanity. And one way is not to dig into the fear of what they're doing. So now we got a whole intelligentsia of people that are just dealing with this conspiracy stuff, and they're getting into more and more into the fear on what this man can do, and this man can't do nothing. He's already shot his best wad, and we wasn't even, we were so ignorant until we didn't recognize when he was killing us off. But now the best is left, and it's time to get with it. And they know that they can't do nothing with this. I mean, it's going on every hour of what they're doing stuff. The focus now here is the DNA has changed, and we are at the threshold. You see what I'm saying? We're at the threshold, but I'm not going to let nobody dupe me into thinking that he's more powerful than I am. Nevertheless, the planet is changing on multiple levels. You see what I'm saying? On multiple levels and stuff like that, you know. So it's not just the glaciers. I mean, it's all types of the planet being in peril. I'm telling people to rejoice.
Oh,
yes,
right.
I agree.
I'm telling people to rejoice. If you wake up tomorrow and that sun ain't shining, you need to rejoice. Why? Because that means that there's been a break in your misery and suffering. And when there's a break in the misery and suffering, some people can wake up. That means we on our way. You see what I'm saying? That means that your DNA has already started to take effect. I'm talking about rejoice. I'm talking about rejoice on every natural disaster you can. Because that's how much it, because ultimately, this is what this stuff about. Let me explain something to you. Now, we know that they blew up their own building on 9/11. That goes without saying. You see what I'm saying? And why would they go through painstaking lengths to create Homeland Security and all of these doggone acts? Is not for no terrorists on the outside, because there is no terrorists on the outside.
That's right.
It is to contain what's on the inside, and that's you. And a device that is ready to come online and destroy anything that threatens it. You see what I'm saying? That was research done by the East Indian government in 1975. We have devices in our body that is willing to come online and destroy anything that threatens it, at least in this particular time. So they're not, the Homeland Security is not for no outside Al-Qaeda. Al-Qaeda is American Black Ops. You know, it was invented by them. This stuff here is to contain black people, because they study that DNA and they know that DNA change. And they're going, what if? You see, we need to take precautions because the DNA is changing. It has amino acids popping up on it every day. So we have a monster in our midst. Did you see? Shoot, come on now. Did you see this Negro from doggone Jamaica in the Olympics?
Oh, awesome.
This man in the 100-yard dash, he was up ahead of the fastest runners in the world. You see what I'm saying? By a yard. It's a new day. You see what I'm saying? So they're trying to contain us. You see what I'm saying? And yes, the planet, Kundalini is rising. You see. Look, let me give you an example about change. They had a village in Italy. Mount Etna erupted in 2003. And they had a planet in the village around in Italy or Sicily when Mount Etna erupted. And all of a sudden, everybody started catching on fire and burning up. True story. Catching on fire. Houses started catching on fire. People started catching on fire, called spontaneous human combustion. That is when the Kundalini rises at an alarming rate. That's what happened to my mother in 2006.
Wow.
She sat in her chair and burnt up and got the hell up off the earth. Ignited. Wow. You see what I'm saying? So we talk about some great mysteries. That's what we really need to be focused on, is our own human selves. Because that's what the government is focused on, to create a homeland security for you, for us. But what they don't realize, when it go down, it ain't going down physical. It's going down spiritual. And you can't fight no ghosts. Well, what it is you come from a culture that was actually manned and driven and operated by melanin in all aspects. So it's easy for you to be acclimated from a culture to the point that you could respond spiritually to spiritual things that's actually going on. You see what I'm saying? Now, and so the melanin is conducive to that. So then you have some that don't have that degree of melanin, just enough to survive on the planet, but don't have that degree of melanin. They have a calcified pineal gland, so therefore they're not going to be able to be receptive to those spiritual environments. And then the other part about that is Europe is a thawed-out icebox. So a harsh climate and stuff like that is going to bring about a temperament that's not going to be receptive to several things that you would find in the spiritual environment of a tropical climate. So therefore, that's a factor that you have to put up in there also. You see what I'm saying? But most definitely, it has something to do with the actual melanin and your ability to tune in. You see what I'm saying? In the environments around you.
Well, remember we were talking about the DMT, and you were telling me how, for the most part, why black people have good skin, good focus physically, because the melanin gets absorbed into the nervous system while they sleep. And the idea to go to another level of melanin spiritually is for it to sit in the brain, turn water into wine, turns into something called pinealine. I think it was in William Henry's book.
Yeah, right. Okay, right. Exactly. William Henry's book. Which one was that? The Oracle?
Oracle of the Illuminati.
Illuminati, yes. William Henry, Oracle of the Illuminati, yeah. Well, obviously that is another form of the alchemical form of the elixir.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? The different properties of what can be done. Is that would that be done access through meditation mostly?
Meditation and just using your own thought to retain it, just knowing that it gets absorbed naturally without you doing nothing, and you just make an effort. It's the water into wine thing, and then once it starts, once you're able to retain, it's how you're actually able to make contact to the lucid dreams, astral traveling, and all those.
You are functioning off of his system, feeding from his system, trying to develop a system of your own. But as you begin to evolve, it is not until you are free from him that your genesis will begin. And this is why Moses is given in both Bible and Quran as the main man, that the last man would be a man like unto Moses. Why? Because you are a people like Moses' people. You and I are people that walk in darkness. We're without form. We have been made void. Anything that is voided has no value. You're a black man that doesn't have any value. So when they want to move you, they move you. When they want to kill you, they kill you. When they want to beat you, they beat you. When they want to raise you, they raise you. But always it's when they want it. And it is only after you press and press and press. Yet Moses was coming to a people who were confined, who were enslaved, who were ignorant, who were in darkness, who had no genesis. Time begins for a people who are in bondage when they are freed from their oppressor and their captor. So since Moses was a liberator, he started talking about creation. In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth was without form and void. What are you saying, Moses? Just as God created light out of darkness, and there was a void, and yet he created earth and heaven out of a void. The children of Israel had been voided as captives under Pharaoh, and you have been voided as a captive under white America. And when you got a check that is marked void, I don't care what the denomination says on the check, when void is across it, it's no value at all. So what Moses is saying to the children of Israel, as the earth was without form and void, and darkness was upon the face, you were without form, you were void, and darkness was upon the face of your consciousness. But when God said, let there be light, let there be the introduction of knowledge, light he to give to a people that walk in darkness. Beloved, the womb of the female, as I mentioned in one of our classes a week or so ago, is a sacred place. You know, they talk about the yellow brick road. What was it, what Dorothy was walking on? She's trying to find the Wizard of Oz. But the yellow brick road was the road that led, she thought, to where she wanted to go, but she really wanted to get back to Kansas. You need to get back to God. And right now you've lost your way. You're a beautiful people, but you've lost your way. But in your heart, you want to get back to God. Beloved sisters, your womb is sacred. Your womb is the workshop of God. So the vaginal tract is the road to the womb. How can you defile the road that leads to the workshop of God and then think that the workshop is going to produce the fruit that God would be pleased with? Do you follow what I'm saying? Wait, sister, you're sacred. Everything about you is sacred. It hurts me to listen to black comedians stand up talking so filthy about sex and putting the male and female and the natural inclination of us toward each other and the reproductive science in such a cheap, low-down way, so that we think of ourselves on such a cheap level. But sex belongs way up here. It's not dirty. We make it dirty. You think because Jesus, in your mind, was born without the agency of a man, which is false, that sex is dirty because he was immaculately conceived? How were you conceived? You mean to tell me that which brought us in was dirty, that which brought Jesus in was clean? Why? Because Jesus' mother didn't really have sex? But there was a Holy Ghost involved. He came under the cover of darkness. And the book said he came upon Mary. You go check it out. Up means up and on means on. Up on. Upon Mary. And she was pregnant then with that which was from the Holy Ghost. Right? Now, dear Christians, don't be angry with me. Holy Ghost only means a holy man coming under the cover of darkness, not recognized. But his aim, his purpose, and his assignment was to give Mary that kind of child that would deliver humanity and be the second Adam. That's why he's called the Son. I'll get into that. Look at this place. You know, this was a Greek Orthodox church. See what these long aisles represent? That represent the vaginal tract. You see these wings? That represent the branches, the fallopian tubes. You see this here? This represents the sanctum sanctorium, where the womb is. The place where God begins to shape you. That is to make you out of Satan into God again. But what does this sound like to you? Doesn't it sound like Revelation?
There it is again. The cerebrospinal ventricular system, birds rising up inside of our heads. But anyway, the chemical pathway. But let me just hurry on, because now this is a picture from Bubastis, from the Egyptian Exploration Fund, and this book was written in the 1890s. It is a picture of one of the Hyksos kings, Asiatic kings, one of the first ones who come in and defile our land and take over the northern parts. Look at this face well. Know it when you see it. They say that there are no faces of it found. There it is. Again, this is one that was hidden, now hidden away, not to be presented out in public. African people, no question. African people, in terms of the goddess Ceres in the times of the Greeks, even the African rumor in Rome. African people, every one of them on this table, all of them, hundreds of thousands of years old. The cradle of mankind, indeed our home. We all know at this point in time that as of 300 million years ago, there was only one continent. All of them grouped around the African continent prior to the separation with continental drift on the tectonic plates. But in so many levels, the home, that African Kim home. And need we not forget that as we access our inner worlds, we have to pay homage and listen to the pain and the rage and the hope and the wishes of our parents, now departed, who paid a price for us to be here today. Again, Ramses and the present. The present. The present and the past, knowing words of power to move through. Again, these are people in rulership. They live in our blood this very second. They live in our blood this very second. They live in our blood this very second. We just need
one of the
see.
keys to melanin is the dreams.
Right.
And one way they stop the dream realm is electricity in your room, electromagnetic force fields. So it is, you should make an effort to cut off all electronic devices inside of your room, at least where you sleep. You see?
Okay.
But most of them have a battery in them anyway, just like a cell phone. So the TV is always on, even if you unplug it from the wall. But at least you could do is try to cut down on the most amount of electricity you could by getting you one of those breakers where you could cut it all off on everything you got plugged up on one little strip. But we also talk about stuff in its right level. It can heal all disease. Now it's interesting because most black people got all type of disease and all types of ailments, from high blood pressure to strokes and heart attacks and all this type of stuff. But there's something that's retarding the melanin to go to that particular level. And one thing we do know is the lack of water and the lack of sleep.
Yeah.
Which is the basic number one killers in America is sleep deprivation and dehydration.
And dehydration.
You see what I'm saying? And melanin goes to water You see, like white on the White House. You know, I could say like stink on shit, but anyway. And also being in a society that's not your original environment has a lot also to do with certain things being retarded. When we say retarded, we're not talking about mental retardation. We're talking about retard, which just means something that goes at a slower pace. It you see, make something dormant or make something, you see what I'm saying, retreat almost. So so just about everything that you can name has something to do with melanin.
I mean, the key is, I mean, what I notice with black people, everyone does it. Everyone has an experience, but then when you ask them to tell you something competent and something about end-time events, that's where it falls short.
Right.
So the key is when you start to develop the things that you have in terms of, you know, everyone taps into lucid dreams, pinealine, melanin, all these things, but when you make an effort towards this, it goes to a whole different level.
It's interesting here because they had a race forum on race, and it was black and white had this forum in Washington, D.C., and they had concluded that the most effective thing on racism today is what is coming from the media, our perception from the media. And there's little small things that we might not know. And Panic has a whole lot of that on his website also, where he did a whole breakdown of that that showed The Wire.
Right.
And all like that. So they're hitting us from that level on the subconscious aspect. The people who radiate at a higher vibration of Kundalini energy, your toxins can be converted into fuel. But that's little people that's on that particular level. I'm on that level. But there's very little people that's on that particular level. So in that particular case, I just tell people to just keep a very mindful diet. And my point here is when it comes to the diet thing, because I do know this part. Because I can see, because it's a double-edged sword on the diet thing. Okay. And what I mean by that is this. It's two aspects you need to look at. Okay. When you get the basic essentials down, or what you know that won't harm you, then your body can do the rest.
That's right.
But then there's a part where you go into fanaticism, and in that particular thing, what you do here, the body reverses. So what happens is, if you become so engrossed or ingrained, embossed, or so into the diet, then what you do, you send messages to the subconscious mind that everything is going to hurt you and your body has no way of healing. Because you program the subconscious mind to say, 99% of the time, because I'm eating this bad stuff, then what's going to happen is it's going to harm me.
Gotcha.
You see, so basically what you have to do, see, it's a double-edged sword, because now diet has become a religion for some people. And that's going on a fanatical level.
That's true.
And all right. And so what happens with a lot of those people, let's say if they program their mind enough to say, you know, if I eat this whatever, and they program their mind enough to say it, they will get extremely sick. You see what I'm saying? Whereas prior to them doing that, if they just understand we do this stuff in moderation, then what will happen here is the body is not programmed to get sick, and it can cast off more stuff. You just got to give it a chance to work. I say like this because there's so many variables on what not to eat. Hell, now all the religious people in diet don't eat half the stuff in the health food stores. And it goes on and on and on. So I say what Dr. Sebi and the rest of them say when they are in private. They'll tell the people that everything is wrong for you. And when they're in private, they tell these people, which I know, it's not what you eat, it's how you clean out.
There you
That's
go.
the key.
That's right.
They'll tell them this. Because there's so many variables on what can harm you until, and believe me, because somebody say something is organic don't mean it's organic.
Ain't that the truth?
You see what I'm saying? So my point here is you can get so deep into the stuff until you won't end up eating nothing. But the point I'm trying to make here is this. It's not what you eat, it's how you clean out. Now take me, myself.
Okay.
I clean out twice a week. And that's hard for people who working to do. But if I can do it twice a week, then what you can do once a week. So the cleaning out is the most important part. You see what I'm saying?
Okay. Okay.
I say get you some senna tea, and use that for a minute. And then get to the hard stuff. Get the senna tea pods and boil that into a tea. Woo! And that will clean you out big time.
Sure will.
You see, like that. So that's my thing here is, I used to be a vegetarian, I'm not now, but I found out that my body was, that when I was a vegetarian, I still had, the key thing is my body was sluggish and I had to clean out.
That's right.
And it's the same thing with this, you have, it's how you clean out. Now let me let you in on another little secret about the spirit.
Okay.
Melanin is also ancestral substance, which means that part of your ancestral DNA is all connected with that, and they can come and they can be inside of your body and dwelling with you. And sometimes you might get sick, and you might be thinking on how you're going to get rid of the sickness, and the spirit will come and tell you, I want some ice cream and cake. And you need to get that ice cream and cake. Because what that means is the spirit is saying, look, I'm here to heal you, but I need a certain amount of fuel spiritually to enhance the spiritual aspect of the melanin. And those entities and spirits inside of you, you need to give them what they want.
That's
so if they say they want some damn cognac, you give them some cognac. You see what I'm saying? You give them some cognac. And as a result, you can get healed from that. You see what I'm saying?
But
so
that's still going back to everything is still dealing with,
right.
How you were talking about earlier, undoing the programs.
Undoing the programs. So that's another part of diet because I know 2 or 3 vegetarians. One guy fell out and died right in front of his karate class.
Ooh.
Impeccable shape. And I'm seeing there's a bunch of vegetarians that's biting the dust now. And they're biting the dust because they have trained the subconscious mind that everything is dangerous for them. And as a result, what happens here, the subconscious mind acts upon it because it's programmed on that. And there are no vegetarians over 100 years old. And then most of them now, most of the great white women that wrote the books on how not to catch cancer, caught cancer. Why? Because they focus on cancer 24 hours a day. And as a result, their body come down with what you as you think, so are you.
That's right.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Why you think children don't get sick like adults? Because they don't think about the things that we think about.
That's true.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah,
so everything has to go down to a variation. I'm not saying a good diet is not essential, but what I'm trying to say here is there's pitfalls. You see what I'm saying? And you can get stuck on everything. You see. So therefore, like I said, your body might crave something.
Right.
It might crave something. It might say, hey, I need some sharp cheese. You know what I'm saying? Something you ain't ate in 10 years. Yeah. If I smoked a joint right now, I probably would go to the Star Sirius because I don't smoke herb.
Gotcha.
If you do something all the time, you see what I'm saying? If you do something all the time, it's just like anything else. Melanin is also called chaos. That's what melanin is, chaos in the body. Because that's all that is up there, the chaos sphere. Melanin is also, melanin and chaos, they say in chaos, change is supreme. And melanin is always changing. That's why we would create a new dance and go to a new one, go to a new one, go to a new one, until the government stopped us from dancing. You see what I'm saying? You see, because most rap music is not really a dance-oriented music.
Sure.
You see, it's kind of laid back, so they put more emphasis on that. But we create blues, give it to the white boy. Create jazz, give it to the white boy. Keep creating. You see what I'm saying? And that's because change is supreme. So in dealing with certain things like marijuana, if you do it all the time, then it becomes adverse to the melanin.
Oh, okay.
Let me give you an example.
Okay.
In ancient Egypt, the priest could go in and take a cube of sugar and would get just as high as they had took a snort of cocaine.
Wow.
Because sugar wasn't a part of their diet on that level, especially no granulated, bleached out sugar. You see what I'm saying? Other than fruit. You see? So as a result, they could get the same high effect as somebody taking some Coke 45 or some Old English 800. You see what I'm saying?
Okay.
You see?
Okay, that definitely makes sense. The regular.
You see what I'm saying? Because they didn't do it all the time. So everything is in moderation. But the people that smoke and thinking it's spiritual, them niggas is just into recreation. And they ain't hitting a lick out of steak spiritually. They're doing it all the time. Like me, if I did it, I probably have a whole nother experience. You probably have seen me there, have me on the news. Nigga is flying over Atlanta. I'd probably be out there flying because it took on another thing because I don't do it. Everybody I know that smoking excessively can't remember a damn thing.
That is the truth.
Almost got Alzheimer's at 29 and 30. Can't remember from day to day.
That's right. That is
you see,
true.
because it zaps the memory.
Oh,
there's a good book on the chakras and Kundalini combined, and there's a book called Kundalini and Chakras. So you can get a good book that show you those types of things, just to get a general outline of the ethereal body, of the inner body. So focus on that because you know what I'm saying. Because all of that type of stuff. Then there's books called DNT and Spirit Molecule. It's a book by Rick Strassman. There's several books that they can get. There's a book called Serpent Grail by Philip Gardner and Gary Osborne. Serpent Grail, and it deals with all the serpent, the melanin, the chakras, and all of those types of things. But you want to get books on the chakras and the Kundalini first. You see what I'm saying? And those deal with things like that. Because, see, time is out for getting these leaders and these leaders following these leaders. That's why they have taken so many leaders from us, especially in the 2000s. Because now, when the millennium mark was 2001, and that was when the gods is supposed to rise up in us. They can't have the God cannot rise up in you, or your soul cannot take its proper place or its ascension with you following some knucklehead. I don't follow nobody. And I suggest, if you can read, you're the biggest idiot in the world to follow anybody if you can read.
That's right.
Now, people that can't read is one thing. But if you can, and you don't even need to read now because they got numerous amounts of videotapes, DVDs and stuff to access this knowledge. But if you can read, you are the biggest idiot on the planet to follow any other doggone human being at this point in time, you see. Because ultimately you got to know your soul. That's what the metaphysical aspect is. You have to cross the threshold, and no other human can do that for you. So the best thing you can do is to get into practice to being solo, because the path of spirituality is a lonely one. You see what I'm saying? That means you don't have no doctrine or some old bull jive religion or some old knucklehead preacher and stuff. You see what I'm saying? That you can blame it on. You got to go the path yourself. There's a guy named Lyndon LaRouche. Lyndon LaRouche spent several years in Africa, tending, as a doctor, physician. And he said the Africans were very, in general, other than getting certain shots or whatever, they generally weren't a sick people. He said in the 1960s, some company dropped 1 million sunglasses off on their ass in boxes. And he said they was wearing them sunglasses, and he said he saw them coming down the river, sick as a dog. He said, and that's when them Negroes started getting susceptible to all the disease.
Wow.
They were sick as dogs, and he said they put them sunglasses on, and that was the end of their ass. Because see what they used to do, they used to drop all kind of biological warfare on Africa, doing colonization. Especially in the 1800s. They dropped all the stuff, and the only people who ended up dying off was the doggone white folks. You killed them off, and the Negroes were walking around like, can you give me some more of that scunion you just gave us? We hungry. You know? Their nervous systems all was immune to all that stuff, and it wouldn't even hurt them. That stuff hadn't been tackled with outside influences, and it was in check. It's just like, if you're in your own land and you've been on the land for thousands of years, and what can harm you? You merged in with the land. It's the same thing what they said about They got a cure for sickle cell, but the government over here won't let the cure come to America.
Which is
and it was basically, because they found out that a lot of black people, a lot of Africans that started coming over, they was thinking that sickle cell was a birth trait. A lot of Africans, anemia. A lot of Africans, when they came over, they started catching it for the first time.
Wow.
And these people was in their 30s and 40s. So they was like, well, obviously it's got to be in the diet. So what happened was somebody had put some stuff together, and it was certain African fruits that they made a compound out of certain African fruits, African yams and different things like that, and the stuff went away. Wow. And then the government blocked it. Said, we can't bring this in the country because our sickle cell society is what tracks the melanin.
That's right.
There's a sickle cell society in every state, in every city in the United States. They got a sickle cell society in Denver, and Denver is 4% black. Sickle cell is the society where they track the melanin. You see what I'm saying?